Good old
There we
Terry.
go. Got it go. No, she made Yorkshire puddings. Well, it's toad in the hole, but she made it with self-raising flour, so it's more like bathroom tiles with little sausages in it. Not good.
Dear, oh dear. We had pork schnitzel.
Really?
It's Austrian week at Lidl's or something.
Oh yeah.
I see.
Getting my son ready for his trip to Vienna in a couple of weeks.
Oh dear. So, what's been happening? Anything good?
Just avoiding the rain and the sideways rain and everything else.
Yeah, welcome to June.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
Been
I've
lovely
actually got the
today.
heating on down here. It's
Yeah, it's been the opposite. It's been quite nice here today.
really
Is it?
interesting. Yeah.
Not as chilly.
I see.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the MIDI is all working.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Analog being analog.
Yeah. It was just. I traced the wires from the MIDI board back to the CPU board, unplugged them, blew on them a little bit. I think that's what did it. Ran the air duster around, just
Yeah.
wiggled the switches, put it all back together. There it was, working.
Brilliant.
It happens.
So how long's it been in storage then, do you think? A few years?
Yeah. Brian had a studio when he lived down in London,
Right.
but this was some years ago because he moved back to Liverpool pre-pandemic, I think. And we spoke about it literally years ago, and he said, "Do you want? I've got a whole bunch of stuff here. Are you interested?" And I said, "Well, what have you got?" And he said, "Well, there's the 106. There's a Korg one. There's some other bits. There's a whole pile of manuals and things." He said, "They're yours if you want them. Just let me know." I said, "Well, yeah, definitely." And then you know how these things go. They just sort of go quiet for a bit, and then all of a sudden I get a package in the post, which is a big jiffy bag full of user manuals, some for things that I've got or things I haven't got, some marked up Frankie, some not. And then pandemic, and then they did an exhibition at the British Music Experience, which moved up to Liverpool again pre-pandemic.
Oh, okay.
And they did a Frankie 6-month Frankie exhibition, and Brian and a few collectors had supplied the museum with some gear or some materials and stuff, and Brian said, "Oh." He phoned me up and he said, "Just before, he says, before you see it, so I just want to let you know I'm loaning the Juno to the BME for 6 months, but as soon as that's done," he said, "you can have it. It's fine. It's yours." So that came and that went, and then it all went quiet again. And so eventually I got a phone call beginning of last month, and he said, "Right, they've got to go. Clearing out the storage unit. It's all going to be done by the end of the month. So if you want them, now's we need to do it." And I said, "Okay, fine." And then luckily it all kind of coincided with me having the week off of Super Booth. So that weekend I was just going to drive up on the Saturday and pick them up and come home again. And then the missus said, "Where are you going?" I said, "Oh, Liverpool." "Oh, I've never been to Liverpool."
Oh.
I said, "Okay, do you want to come with?" She goes, "Well, shall we make a night of it?" And I said, "Can do, I suppose." So we went out with Brian for the evening.
Oh, brilliant.
He took
So you
us
ran
to-
all the haunts then, didn't you?
Yeah, he took us to the State Ballroom, although you can't go into the State Ballroom anymore. But that's where they filmed their very first appearance on the Tube. Remember, they're in the boxing ring in all the leather.
That's right, yeah.
So he took us there, and then a few other places. Then we ended up at the Bridewell, which was basically where it's an old Bridewell, which is a little police cell, and that's where the band pretty much formed and rehearsed and wrote most of the first album. And the room that they used to rehearse in is now the gents' toilets. I got pictures. Thankfully, there's nobody else in there at the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had all these little cells. There's about 8 cells, four, 1, 2, 3, 4 down each side. And used to get people go in there and practice in these little cells. but Frankie, being the 5-piece, had the big one at the back. So, yeah, that was good fun. Good fun. But
Brilliant.
and of course, got the synth back, powered it up, jumped on a call with Kent. I said, "Here you go. This is what it's doing." He's like, "Yeah, I know what that is." Brilliant.
Yeah.
So,
I'd
6
be
analog
surprised if
Renaissance
it wasn't
chips.
doing it, to be honest.
Well, yeah, 6 analog Renaissance VCA, VCF chips later.
Oh,
And,
okay, you replaced them all, right?
And what was the other? It was the IC.
It was
an
literally up
IC.
until the day before, I think it was. As it was still only could find 4.
Yeah, and then you found 20 on.
And then I found 21.
Is that the same chips that I've got the Juno 6, the original one? Is that the same chip to that, or are they different?
I think they're the same, aren't
No, different.
they? Are they different?
They are different because they say, don't they, the filter's different from the 6 to the 60 or something. I don't know.
I thought the 6 and the 60 were the
No,
same.
they're identical.
Oh, they are identical.
They
It's
are
just-
identical.
It's got memories.
One's got memories, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 106 is slightly different and doesn't have an arpeggiator. Which is a shame.
That's a shame. That's a good bit. Yeah.
But these chips that they put in the 106 are the ones that Behringer stole and put in the
DeepMind.
DeepMind 12. Yeah. Didn't even bother hide the fact. Just clone the board.
Right. So could you reverse engineer that back into fixing 106s with their chips then, or not?
They didn't mount them like they put them onto a board
Of course, it's not
with the
through
rest
hole,
of
is it?
everything else, yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, matey boy, analog Renaissance, saw inside one and went, hang on a minute,
Yeah. Not
that's mine.
surprised.
Recognised it straight away.
Yeah. No, that's naughty, isn't it?
What was that? It was the gate IC, wasn't it? That you had to replace. There was an IC that you had to swap out.
Oh,
Gate wasn't closing.
yeah, one of the gates was stuck open, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Is it a 405 one?
something like that.
No, right, okay.
It's like one of them. Oh no, I'll tell you what it was. It was a stuck open amp. It was
Okay.
It was a TLO 84. Although the chip that's in the machine isn't a tip, it's a different code. Just to throw everybody. I think it's an MM748 something or other. It's like, nah, it's a TLO 84, mate.
Oh, right, okay.
Stop fucking about. So, yeah, lots of synths have rebadged ICs. And it's sort of like, custom IC. And it's not. It's something you can buy off the shelf for 20p.
Yeah.
Yeah, quad amp amp. Yellow 84.
Right.
If memory serves. It might actually be a tray op amp, not a quad one.
Right.
It is, isn't it? Because it's 2 of them. 6 voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So whatever it was. I had them in stock anyway, put it that way.
Yeah. Good.
Seriously, you had a bit of sausage and a bit of Yorkshire pudding and a baked potato and some
And
peas.
Still wants more.
Come here. You know you're going to get it, aren't you? Honestly, it was a tiny little piece.
You going to send me a bill, Kent, for this drum machine you got on mine?
Not a biggie.
Is it getting there?
Oh, she's done.
Oh, she's done. Right,
Yeah, she's
so I
a
can
happy
come-
girl. She's a happy girl
brilliant.
now.
So I can come your way and pick her up on the way up to Cambridge, then. That'd be brilliant if I can come Friday.
Yeah. It's cleaned up
Friday.
well.
Really? Oh, okay.
She's nice and blue now.
Oh, excellent.
And not that sort of
So what was the issue then?
everything.
Or issues?
Well, anything that was socketed, get them out,
Right.
clean the legs,
Okay.
put it all back together. It
Okay.
was mostly removing dust and
Yeah.
fluff and, all the usuals. And then,
Yeah.
there's little blue buttons,
Yeah.
splitting them all open and cleaning. There's like a little foil, sprung foil membrane in them.
Right. Okay.
And then 2 contacts. And of course, these 2 contacts, they tarnish. So you're pushing the button, and feckle's happening, you know. So you're expecting it to change the instrument.
Yeah.
And it's not changing the instrument and all that sort of thing. And so slowly bits and more of it was coming back to life as I was going through all the switches.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
Yeah. And, happy girl.
Oh,
So
good.
the only thing that was throwing me for a while was crash cymbal.
Right.
It was really, really quiet and quite distorted, but very quiet and distorted.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, that's its own separate EPROM.
Right.
So, because I suppose it's because of the length of the sample.
Yeah, quite.
So it has its own EPROM, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And so I'm messing around. It turned out that the button that it switches it from crash cymbal to whatever the other instrument is.
Ride or something. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just refusing, even cleaned out, refusing to switch it.
Oh, right.
I go, okay, well, that's the first problem. But there was also this thing about it being very quiet. So I took the EPROM out, cleaned up the legs on that one as well, put it back in, and it got rid of a lot of the distortion, but it was still very, very quiet. It turns out that for some reason there's an IC that controls the switching of that button to go between one EPROM or the other, and or the level for that button.
Oh, I see. Right, okay.
So once I managed to get these 2 particular things sorted out, so I replaced this IC and it's still quiet. But now when I push the level, I get a level amount come up on the screen and I can increase the level and go, there's the crash cymbal.
Right.
Okay, it's all nice and clear again. And it changes instrument as well. So you can now assign any instrument to any button. It didn't give a monkeys.
Right.
So I tried putting a pattern in it and failed dismally. And I even watched a video of a guy putting a pattern in it and going,
yeah,
what?
it was always a bit like that.
Yeah, and I'm going, we all know how it works.
Yeah.
And because there was nothing else wrong, so obviously it's fine.
Brilliant. Okay,
and it remembered what was put in there.
Right.
So I thought, right, okay, we're cool. So that's all bolted up and ready to rock and roll.
Lovely. Well done.
And I've done that with finished the 2600 today. I go, good, get that sorted out so that can now fly out the door. I go,
brilliant.
Right, no more 2600s. And Fiona comes down to me, she goes, I've just booked in another 2600. For when? Please tell me the end of the month. It's coming tomorrow. So, oh, God. Oh, and a guy's dropping off a CSA as well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we're banging our head against the wall with this fucking thingy that we're building. For the PSN thingy.
Yeah.
Oh, mate. Do you know Brexit has destroyed parts supplies in this country? Irrevocably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just now, it's so screwed, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So,
what I wanted to buy was 50 USB-C sockets.
Right.
Well, I was asking too much. Even from the big places, you know, Funnel, RS,
Really?
DigiKey, you name it. And the particular one we want, I go, we haven't got any of them. Oh, we got 2. We got some more coming in August. What the fuck is going on? USB-C?
Yeah.
So now we're getting them from fecking Amazon.
They got them all.
Who are probably going to get them from the same place, but they'll just get off their arse and deliver them.
Yeah.
Essentially. So, what are you waiting for? There's no more.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, it's just mad, isn't it?
Mm.
It's our man. It's our man in Havana.
Hello.
Hello. No, not you, him.
It's my girl.
Hello, Papa. You going to say hello? Do a little pant into the microphone. Don't do a burp. She does that though. She'll come up to you. You're sort of like, you're sitting on the settee, you're watching a film or something. She comes right up to your face, right up to you and goes, oh. Go, thank you for that. Thank you. Goes,
Yeah.
I've just had my dinner. Yeah, I know. I can smell it.
Yummy.
Little boat, but right nose to nose, literally just goes. Oh God, bloody woman.
Yeah.
Mind you, at least Fiona stopped doing it. God help us all.
Yeah.
Made her a massive cup of tea so that'll keep her quiet for another 10 minutes.
I watched your reaction, Matt, to the garage opening. That was funny. Mind you, my reaction would have been exactly the same.
It's mental. It's mental.
It's mental.
It's just like, what? And until you've experienced it, you can't quite fathom it.
Well, you saw in the shed in the garden as well, didn't you?
I did.
What did you see though?
Matrix, rack mount, the emulator. Oh Christ, that's about all I can remember.
Right, okay. You didn't notice that you were standing nonchalantly.
Oh, there was a Jupiter 8 in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, but you were also standing nonchalantly along an Oberheim 8 voice and an Oberheim 4 voice. You were literally leaning on them.
Something clicks in my brain. It goes out.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, because they're in their flight cases,
Right, yeah.
they just look like, you know,
Just
Tolex
boxes,
black boxes. And so, what are they then? You know?
CP70B.
Could be a Farfisa organ for all you know.
Yeah.
That's what's weird about them. But I mean, oh Christ, there's a T8 in there. Ty's DSS1. What else is in there? I think there's a couple of Pro ones. There's a Mini Moog. The Jupiter 8. What else? There's other things. I know. Fiona knows what's in there.
Yeah.
She
She went round, took inventory a couple of months ago.
Right.
So, but yeah.
I was telling Luke that I went up to your studio. I said, and a couple of pictures. Just I said, and when I got home, I realised that the Kraftwerk vocoder was up there. And I was 2 feet from the bloody thing, and I could have got on my knees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks great until you look inside it, and it's like, oh God.
It don't matter. It's that.
I don't know what I can probably see, but the wires that are in it are ultra thin, tiny thin wires, right? All of them, and they're the ones that if you flick them, they would just break off a contact. And boy, have I had some break off. And in their infinite wisdom, what they did was they sort of like twisted them all together and then covered them in, for want of a better word, Evo stick.
Oh.
There's no sleeves, they're just Evo stuck together. And then more Evo stick and then stick them to the chassis. So when it comes to tracing a wire...
Would it just not have been easy just to replace them all?
No, because I wouldn't know where they went. Because you can't unpick the loom.
Right. Yeah.
And you could go around, all right, you could go around with a continuity checker and going beep, like that. But that wire might be going to several places.
Right.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Or polychaining, around the system, whatever it may be. So I just had to try and repair it as best I could in the state it's in, and it's not ideal. It's not ideal. But I've had it kind of working. Kind of. But it's quite an enigma, because although you got sliders for various things, channels, I believe, so there's frequency channels and stuff, its actual operation about how it would actually work is a matrix panel with a set of letters and a set of numbers and no fucking idea what. They go.
Yeah.
And I mean, the VCS3 is a bitch to use at the best of times with a manual.
Yeah.
And them listed what they do. So this thing, which is just I think it's 1 to 10 and A to F or whatever it is. And they go, there you are, you're on your own, mate. And 8 pins. It's like, oh.
They couldn't have made that many though, EMS, could they? Wouldn't have thought.
What?
Those vocoders.
Oh, nobody made. No, it's only one.
Yeah. There was just one, right? Okay.
That's a complete one-off. It was built by some military radar-y guy.
Right. So it's ex-army stuff then, probably, is it?
Well, I think. Well, it's an ex-army guy built it for sure.
Yeah.
And inside it is built like 1950s army equipment.
Yeah. Yeah.
But considering when it was built, the price it must have cost.
Well, yeah.
Because a simple little transistor in the 60s was like, you saved up.
Yeah.
Not like it is now. So that thing must have cost an absolute arm and a leg to build.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they got all the money from. But I mean,
they're still touring, so they're probably paying it back now.
Well, even the VU meters are both stuck in. It's just the whole thing's built with glue.
It's probably why it's so complex. The guy who built it was off his tits half the time.
Probably, yeah.
But at least he did the channels as cards, so you can unplug the cards and you can work on a card and put it back in. But I noticed that all the cards are different from each other.
Okay.
And they hadn't sort of like numbered them, which I have done. So I don't accidentally put the wrong card in the wrong slot.
Tracker Jack, we're waiting for the Behringer knockoff. They got to have the schematics for that, haven't they?
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
Well, if one appears, we know Kent's working for Behringer secretly.
That's the thing. Hi, babe.
Hello.
Basically, what schematics?
Greetings. Sorry, it's a great tape.
Oh. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, there you are, he's got it. He's standing in for your stream deck.
Is that still not working, Robin?
No, it's working. It's just the audio routing is.
They still not fixed. They still not fixed loopback.
I haven't checked for a day or so.
That reminds me, I must go and chase up all this their harmonic stuff.
They've just updated Viola.
Have they? Because I still can't download them. I still can't get hold of them. They say they're not on the drive, and I'm staring at the folders. Mm-hmm. I point it at the folders, and they go, no. But that's the folders.
Yeah, it's a weird. When I did it, you click on the thing you think is going to point it at the folder, but it doesn't. You have to go some other way around it. But,
I'll figure it out at some point, but I keep meaning to do something about it, but never do. So. Oh, I worked on a Mini today, and it had all the usual things. It needed new keyboard rubbers on the prat reeds because they were all over the place. The pitch wheel wouldn't centre, or you'd never get the same pitch point, no matter what you did. It was always slightly different. But it had this thing where it's constantly sounds. As soon as you turn it on, it's playing. And you play different notes, fine. But once you let go, it just carries on playing whatever the last note was you played. And I went, oh God, please don't tell me it's that contour board. Because there's weird and wonderful FETs on those contour boards.
Right.
And it's like, trying to ascertain which one's knocking it out. So anyway, so do all the rest of it. And then once it's all back together, all the keyboards nicely done and cleaned. I've got the pitch wheel centering properly. Give it a quick micro tune, for want of a better word, because basically it was just VCO3 was beating a little bit up on the top C, so it was just like, there you go, sorted your bitch. Right. And because the others were perfect, I got right. I've got to address this drone, right? And then I noticed that there's on the back. They have, the old speaker connectors. the 2-pin. You had a flat,
Yep.
a pin, and then a plate,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
Yeah,
it has
that's
that socket on the back, and it's a gate for your for the synth.
Alright.
And it's a plug in it with a toggle switch on the end. You go, oh, hang on a minute, click. Hang on, stop droning. It plays perfectly. Click. So it's just for droning. If you want it, because if you pull it out, it stops as well.
Oh God.
And I go, but he's had this thing ages. He must know that that's what it does, surely. But anyway, so I just go through it and go, make sure it's all okay. And go, yep, everything's working beautiful like that. And I give it a quick play. And it did this weird thing. It suddenly was full resonance for no apparent reason. It just pops right down. It's just like full resonance. And I know it's full resonance because all the dogs left the workshop pretty sharpish. Because full resonance on a Mini is a sight to behold.
Squeak, squeak.
Yeah, it's super squeak. And
Even a whale could hear it.
Yeah, exactly. It's very loud. I mean, I think there was a sperm whale about 30 miles away going, cool, yeah, I'm up for it, mate. So this thing was like, so I thought, what the hell's wrong with this? And just out of frustration or whatever, I smacked it. And it stopped doing it, and it hasn't done it again since. I'm just leaving it.
Percussive maintenance.
If it ain't broke. So, yeah, it's probably why I just disturbed her or something. Those cards can be funny, I must admit.
Yeah.
Prometheus has just put. Did you see the Facebook post about the CS60/80 clone cards or voice cards?
Yes.
Clones.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes.
That's all you need to know is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Put it this way. I've emailed him with questions. And, well, you know, I've also asked, you know, in certain terms, like, can you give me more information on these, please? Because my 600 odd customers might be interested. And that's 80s, never mind freaking 60s and 50s. So I said, I'm going to get asked lots of questions, so if you could arm me with a little bit of info on them. And I gave him a list of all the sort of questions that I'm going to get asked. Least of all, how much? So, which led to an interesting conversation, like I said, Robbie, that I had this morning with Fruitbat about getting him on the show as well.
Niels.
It's gone quiet. Everything was going fine, right? And then I just mentioned, and it's like, it's gone quiet again. For fuck's sake, you can just say no.
Crickets,
Yeah.
crickets, crickets.
I mean, no's fine. No is an answer, and an answer would be nice, you know. But we'll see. Oh, no. We wait with bated breath. So, anything on that? No. That's one of it. You moved everything around again, or is the camera in a different position, Justin?
Oh no! Remember when I said last time that normally I'm in the back of the room?
Yeah.
I'm in the back of the room.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I grab the camera,
Yeah.
tilt it up.
Oh, right, and that's
yeah.
where you were Tuesday, up
So
there.
up on the platform is where I was Tuesday, and you can see right to the left is where my drum kit is.
Yeah. That'd be the better place, though, wouldn't it?
On the stage.
Yeah.
Well, this way on a Sunday service, everything that I keep on this desk, it just stays out of the way.
No, okay.
So this goes, up on stage for a Sunday morning. So basically, I can keep my computer, my monitors, the fader port. During the summer months, I can just leave this stuff set up down here, so that when we don't have anything in here, and usually it's nothing in here except for on a Sunday morning, it just makes it easier for me to get recording done in the summer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then if I, during the week, if I want to set up some extra gear, some extra keyboards or whatever, I've got plenty of room to do it around me.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
It reminds me, old Robbie, Andrew said he's going to...
Old Robbie. What the
Robbie, old Andrew.
That's better.
Yeah, and I went, oh, by the way, old Robbie, old Andrew is going to have dinner.
Stop digging, Kent. Stop digging.
Oh, come on, he is physically younger than the rest of us, all right? It's hardly detrimental. It's, it's like he is younger physically. He's going to have some wine, something away, and then he's coming on.
Yeah.
Robbie's older than me. Oh, I bet. Go on, birthday.
Next month.
I don't think it works like that.
Yeah, 54 next month. You're 54 next month. Yeah, I'm December, so.
Oh, I'm only 53.
I remember.
So I'm younger than you two.
I remember 54.
Justin's 12.
40.
Same thing.
I remember.
Yeah.
Almost.
In my head, it's as far away as 12.
Well,
I don't remember 40 anymore.
here's the thing. I never liked anything that the kids liked in high school, like as far as music goes. It was always still 70s and 80s stuff. Never got anything 90s or 2000s other than maybe like a couple of things.
I'm still like that now. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It doesn't go away.
No. And, Tracker, yes, this room is amazing for recording drums.
Yeah, I bet.
Because,
Yeah.
well, what I do on the platform is just, move the podium out of the way. I've got it on furniture sliders, so I can just slide it in the corner. Drum kit goes center, and then mic it up however you mic a drum kit up. Like, I do a traditional one mic per drum, couple overheads, and then about 70 feet back, about 10 feet up, put a couple room mics. You get a very nice reverb out of it.
No, Asio, I didn't have Sky either when I was younger.
Yeah,
Some
but
of
it's sort of
those
like,
memes.
I because when he said, about doing without, about didn't have Sky when he was young. I mean, when we back then, we looked at Sky as being a fucking luxury. It'd be like, oh, I didn't have a Rolls Royce when I was younger.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake, we'd be lucky if we get bread. My fucking Sky.
The thing was, when he was...
He's a lot younger than we are, isn't he?
When Sky
Yeah.
came out, he was at a £50,000 a term private boarding school.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that a £50,000 a term private boarding school didn't have a television room that had Sky?
Mate, they owned the Sky.
Exactly.
Somebody wants me to run down and play when the levee breaks. I don't know if this microphone would pick it up because I've got a noise gate on it. Hang on, let me see if I
Oh
can...
dear.
But there is some great memes going around.
Oh, there's some brilliant ones. Yeah. Well, yours
Now
was
then,
good.
now
wasn't
we
it?
have had a little letter
Christmas
here from Rishi
Yeah. Now then.
asking me if I could fix it.
For him to have a pair of legs that are a bit longer than the ones he's got. Oh. I don't know.
Certainly not doing any favours for himself, is he?
I remain convinced
I don't think he wants.
The-
Yeah, I think you're right. He wants to get off
the-
to Silicon Valley, doesn't he?
the plan is and always has been to lose.
Yeah. Who
They
wants
do-
to
'cause they
inherit
do-
this shit show?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. They've had
Yeah.
enough. They've milked the country as much as they can for their mates.
Yeah.
People keep banging on, rightly so, that Reform UK isn't actually a political party, it's a business. Well, the Conservative Party is just a fucking front for corporate UK.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, like I said, that MP that turned around and said, no, we need to have second jobs because it is very difficult to survive on 91,000 a year.
Oh, now Phil Collins. Oh, gosh.
Okay.
All right, I guess I'm...
Hard to survive on 91,000 a year.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
Yeah, I'm still processing that one.
And the CEO of Southwest Water has just had an £860,000 a year pay rise.
Really? Oh, well then he can afford to have his windows repaired then, can't he?
She.
She can have her. She can afford to have her windows and her car.
Week
Replaced.
4. We just entered. Oh no, we're not on week 4. We've had it for 4 weeks now. Who's sampling this?
You can see him right at the back.
Yeah, but you know, being in the church, you're just expecting Jesus to be there going, "Fuck yeah, baby," really, with all the hair
Yeah,
going,
for
and everything. Yeah, that'd be so fucking cool.
Kenny Everett was brilliant. Wasn't
Oh, mate, money.
Brotherly love.
he? I'm going to nuke Maggie.
Round them up, put them in a field, and bomb the bastards.
Yep.
Yeah, with the shoulder pads with all the medals on.
He
it,
was
wasn't it?
invited
Fucking
to the Tory
Everett.
conference.
And the guns that used to pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, mate.
But to invite him to the Tory party conference and expect, that was brilliant. That really was good.
Yeah.
He stitched them up well and proper. Yeah.
I don't know.
He was a great loss, that one, wasn't
He
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Well, it was like Sean, losing Sean as well.
he? Yeah.
Yeah. That was a bad one and all.
Who didn't love Cleo Rocos?
Oh, yeah.
We
Defo.
all love Cleo's rockers. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
both of them.
Hot gossip.
Yep. Yeah.
That made up for a lot.
Wouldn't get away with it now. That's a stupid thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, there's a lot of things you wouldn't get away with now.
Yeah.
Quite a few things.
Yeah. I don't know.
I noticed you had the 106 widdied up.
Yes,
And it didn't catch fire.
and it didn't catch fire. No.
I really have to get into that, I think.
Well, knowing who
What's
worked
that?
on it, I wouldn't suspect
Bit
it to catch
witty.
fire.
Well, I was getting a bit worried last night because I thought, I just had this thought. I haven't tested the MIDI on the 106. You just assume that the MIDI will just work.
We did. Generally, it's quite a robust system.
Exactly. So I thought, well, I dialed in the Take On Me patch
Yeah.
and got it sounding, fairly close. And I thought, okay, I can kind of play it, but when you're holding a camera and you're trying to, I can't concentrate that much. So I sat here and just programmed it into played it into Logic, and then I've got a WIDI on the Mac. I whipped the WIDI out of the AM1X and put it into that, and I could see that they connected. So I thought, brilliant, here we go. Press play. Nothing. What the fuck?
What MIDI channel were you on then?
So no, I was going. Oh, am I on the wrong
16 and a
channel?
half.
So I thought,
On
no,
me.
I'll try a hardwire connection. So I connected it to the hub, and the hub was flashing. The data was going through the hub, but literally nothing coming out of the Juno. So you hold the MIDI button down on the Juno, and you go through the buttons to change all the channels. And I tried all the channels. There's a switch on the back, which I still haven't. I don't fully understand.
Oh, what, the mode thing? I
Yeah.
think one of them's to change out to
Just through or out. Yeah, that's it. Through or
Yeah,
out, isn't it?
and then there's the other mode is, I think,
Oh no, the way it's
bi-directional.
described.
Or
Yeah.
something like that.
One is full like MIDI. The other one is keyboard only. The other one is keyboard, bender,
Oh, that's right, yeah.
and other bits.
Yeah, so you don't send bender.
Yeah, so it's kind of
receive
like
bender,
a filter. Sort of.
Yeah.
So I tried it on all three, but yeah, it should work fine on the third option. Still nothing. I'm like, oh god. MIDI's, So I speaking to Kent this morning. He said, well, it could be this chip might have thrown it.
Oh, the PC 900, yeah.
Yeah. So I thought, well, what do I do with a Fairlight when it doesn't work? I open it up, I unplug all the cables, I plug them all back in again, I unseat all the cards and I seat them all back in again. And generally, 9 times out of 10, that fixes it. It's just something that's not seated right.
Yeah.
So I opened it up, and as you saw, Matt, the 106 has got the voice board, the CPU board, the power distribution board, and the power supply, and then everything else is just the
Board mounted, yeah.
the
Panel mount, yeah.
phases, yeah. So opened it up, looked around, nothing looked burnt or blown or anything like that. There's only one seated chip, and that's the CPU. So I just made sure that was pushed in properly. And I went to the MIDI board, and I found the cables that came out of the MIDI board. I found their destination, unplugged those, give them the old,
Yeah.
'cause that fixes most things. Put them back on. I noticed there was a bit of fluff around the inside of the MIDI board, which is only about this big. So I got the old air gun thing out, and then blew a bit of dust out, put it back together, plugged it in, worked first time. So
Yeah.
there you go, piece of cake. I've got this Synth Technarch nailed down.
got it.
Piece of piss, isn't it, really?
I don't know what the bloody fuss is.
No, all he needs is a hairdryer. That's about it, really.
I tell you that thing. You got it on your recommendation, the air duster. Blow
Yeah.
the skin off a rice pudding. That would.
Certainly would. From 8 miles away.
Yeah. Especially when you put it on that second
Yeah.
power setting. Ooh. That'll take some syrup off.
Yep. Give a cat a blow dry from about 40 feet away.
So have you made a decision on the sticker yet, Rob?
No. Because I threw a
It's
picture
quizzical
up on it.
look.
I threw a picture of it up on Instagram, and I said, "What do you reckon?" And I'm still getting 50-50. People saying, leave it on. It's part of its history, but it's not part of the Frankie history. And the reason it's only half off, half on, is because Brian tried to remove it many years after the fact, and it just got stuck. I mean, I could easily get it off with some citrus-based.
Now,
citrus
you
oil,
be
but-
careful, young man, because what you've got to
Yes.
remember is that sticker will have affected that paint.
Almost certainly, yeah, exactly. So this is why I'm thinking, well, do I leave it on and make it worse? Oh, sorry, try to take it off and make it worse. Leave it on and just sort of be done with it. I mean, as somebody I think it was Pete Catley pointed out, it's kind of part of its provenance, because there's images of Brian giving this to me, we're handing it over, and it's got that on it. So
With the sticker.
It's
Yeah.
an
it kind of-
identifier.
It is, even
It
though
is an
it's-
identifier.
yeah. And the fact that the sticker apparently was applied by the person whose product that sticker is advertising, Westbam, it's his debut album, No More Fucking Rock and Roll. Somebody said it's a Frankie Goes to Hollywood synthesizer with a Westbam sticker on it. Yeah, it's double bubble. So I don't know.
Leave it. Gotta leave it, haven't you?
Well, look, if I leave it, it's not going to get any worse than it. It's just, it's not doing any damage.
If you take it off and make it look like every other 106 on the planet,
Yeah.
This is true.
you're done. You're done,
Because
mate. Now
I
it's just a
almost-
106.
I almost bought. So some years ago, God, how many years ago was this? It must have been. It was when. So when they announced that Psalm West was closing, they did a yard sale in Psalm West Studio 1. So we all rocked up and we went into Studio 1, which, I mean, that was it. I was quite happy just to do that. I could have walked out with nothing. I've stood in Studio 1 at Psalm where they recorded like fucking everything. Pet Shop Boys are recorded there. Band-Aid was recorded
Band-Aid.
there.
Yeah.
Zeppelin recorded there. Marley recorded there. I mean, it's just sit in that room and you just.
And there's a Dimension D right at the end of the chain
Yeah. Well, there was
for every track.
there was a
2
a
buttons.
box. It was like an effects unit, and I can't remember. I'll dig out a picture in a minute. I've got it somewhere. And it had been Frankified. So basically, the lads had got to it and they'd stuck some rubbish on it, and it was Frankie stuff. It was Frankie stickers. The flag man. All this kind of stuff. And I couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
So I missed out on that one. But I did come away with a Roland VS 880 EX, which had was used in one of the writing rooms. Native Instruments Guitar Rig 1 pedal board. I didn't even have a guitar rig. I just thought, I can afford that. It's only like 20 quid, I'll have that. And what else did I have? Something else I got from there. 2 or 3 things I got from Sam. I missed out, there was a huge amount of outboard, which I wasn't really interested in. Lots of Dolby processors and things. Then there were boxes of 2-inch tape. Nobody knew what was on them. So it was just like, buy a box, pot luck. I doubt it would be anything significant because ZTT had a storage facility in Slough, in a secret location in Slough, where they kept all of the...
There might have been some early births on it.
Yeah. Well, it's like when I got the VS880, it was Aaron, Trevor's son, that was like managing the whole thing. And basically, they had everything laid out on tables, and you just went along, and it was a free-for-all. You just sort of went in, and it was all very, civilized. There was no sort of like mad scrambles or anything. And everything had a price on, and you sort of picked up what you wanted. You went to see Aaron, who was at the end of this sort of long chain of tables, and then he'd tot it up, do you a written receipt, and that was it. And when I picked up the VS880, he said, "Oh, that's a nice unit, that." He said, "I think I got it for about 100 quid." He said, "That's nice. That it came out of one of the writing rooms." I said, "Oh, right." He said, "Anybody, anything?" He said, "Oh, well, if you find anything on there, wipe it." I went, "Okay."
Oh, the old.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did when I fired it up was press play, and there's stuff on there, but it's absolutely nothing that I recognised. I even Shazammed it. Not a fucking thing. There's no identification. No, there's nobody sort of speaking, giving it an intro of any sort or description. It's
Little
just,
jammy session, see what happens.
It's clearly, they're working on some writing.
Yeah.
It's all multi-tracked, and it's all kept on the hard disk.
Oh.
But no idea what it was. So that sits in a box, doesn't get used at all.
Well, I'm personally looking forward to December because November this 80 goes back to the Emerald Isle, sir. There's no, that it is. Makes its way back to Dublin, bless it. And then will be promptly replaced with another one. But I don't think I'll have that up here because in December, Tiny is bringing over the China 80.
Ooh.
And the Blade Runner, China, Blade Runner, Long March, you name it, the actual one he had in Nemo. And that'll be coming here, that'll be coming up here, where it will be perused greatly.
Yeah, and then masturbated over it.
Yeah, but I will also be taking a lot of measurements from it.
Right.
Because Dusty was telling me he used to do something with the second envelope generator. Something he does to it on Vangelis's request. It's a kind of a delay. So when you press the key, the envelope opens and closes as per, but then the second envelope opens and closes, but not quite at the same speed. It starts the same, but the decay sustains are increased slightly. So they release off later. How much I don't know, but we'll be taking some measurements to find out. And it produces this much bigger sound, as though the 80 wasn't a big enough sound.
Yeah.
It's bigger again.
Oh, wow.
So I take a lot of measurements of that little puppy and take it from there. So, and it'd be nice to mess around with that one. But if he can bring the GS1 with him as well, and then got the pair, that's pretty much what 60% of the entire Nemo setup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be interesting.
Very much so.
Might make me play the keyboards more.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
I have no idea what it is, but
Oh, okay.
It's missing.
it really was just an empty shell of something with a couple of VU meters in and a couple of knobs.
Yeah.
Trevor signed one of the plates, but that was it. But it went for quite a bit of money because
Seems to be several different kinds of bits and bobs all shoved into one case.
Yeah,
Because that centre thing looks like it's come from something else altogether.
it's early Eurorack.
It is, essentially.
Very
Yeah.
much so.
Oh, that looks like even early 500 series.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Not great photos because the light wasn't great in there. But
Yeah.
they just basically set up all these trestle tables and then just chucked all of this gear on there. There's, you can see just that little blue pedal board.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
Come on, Floss. Over here.
Nice.
Mm.
But I did take some more pictures, but I don't know where they are now.
Was anybody there under the age of 35?
There were some young girls there. Yeah.
Oh, they've
There you
probably
go.
been
You
dragged
can
along.
see in this one, they still got the so that's the control room
Yeah.
with the fairy lights around it. Which, had I stayed longer, I might have been able to get in there, but
Yeah.
apparently they had this kind of cloud thing above the control room.
A lot of history in that room.
Oh
Very
man.
much so.
A lot of influential
That was the
history
Yeah.
going on in there.
because it was still being used as a studio. That's the isolation booth.
Yeah.
One of them. There's about 3 in studio.
Yeah.
Well, there was about 3 in studio. I keep talking about it like it's still there.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there, but it's
Well, it's not.
not the same magic, is it?
It's not still.
Do you know
there.
what?
It's all-
I mean,
it's all-
no, I mean, it was still a studio
Oh,
then, but it
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
the studio.
No.
So why
Yeah,
did they close it down? Was it economics or?
Yeah. It's just it's this beautiful place.
Time to move on.
It used to be a factory for making dummies, showroom dummies things.
Oh, right.
We are showroom
And
days.
I got shown around reception where they've got all of these.
there's an album.
Pictures.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a great album.
It's reception. The fantastic
Yeah.
picture of Trevor from the
Mm-hmm.
video killed.
Video
radio.
killed. Yeah.
Radio
And then-
Star, yeah.
All the stuff is asset tagged with the Horn asset tag, so I've still got all of those.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
But so it was essentially an economics thing that big studios just weren't making, and still, there's only 1 or 2. I think what happened was it was just a kind of a race to see who could last the longest,
Yeah.
and as each one dropped out, those that remained probably got a little busier because they were the only ones left, and they got
Yeah, but the
busy
home
enough to keep
studio
going.
was beginning to produce the same output
Yeah.
as the big main studios, and the
didn't
record
need
companies are
big
going,
ones.
wait a minute, there's money we don't have to spend. Bring it on.
So what he did was he sold that off and redeveloped. Well, I don't know if he actually sold it. It got redeveloped. It's now all flats and accommodation. The blue building, which was this sort of more modern building at the back where reception was, and a couple of the writing rooms were, because Studio One took up pretty much most of that brick building. So the blue building, which was at the back, that all got demolished, and then they sort of built stuff, and then they sort of gutted the main studio. And there was a plan originally to put a studio in the basement level, but then they decided against that. And if you walk out of Psalm, turn right, and then turn left and go down this road, it takes you right down to Ladbroke Grove. It's about a 5-minute walk down to Ladbroke Grove. And then across the road is the new place, which is called Psalm Village. And it's just like 4 or 5 small, nothing bigger than this, with sound, treatment and, varying sizes of mixing desks. There's a 5.1 mixing room. It's all very small, compact, and that's where he works out of and hires out. And it's, there's a cafe and anybody can go and sort of mingle. And of course, the one in Bel Air burnt down a few years ago in the forest fires. And I think he did have one on the south coast, but that was it. So
Yeah, but real estate's worth more than anything you can earn in them now.
Oh,
So it
Yes.
was inevitable they were going to
you
out
can't
the window.
I mean, as much as that place has got so much history, you know, if the walls could talk, I mean, it's just
Yeah, but the back office doesn't give a shit.
exactly. And you know, it's prime real estate. It's Notting Hill. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's literally 2 minutes from the Portobello Road, 5 minutes from Ladbroke Grove. You know, it's absolute bang on prime real estate. So yeah, and they also had so on Basing Street where you know it was located across the road, you've got these kind of 3-story, you know, terraced townhouses things. At least 1 or 2 of those were owned by Sam, and that's where bands would stay. So they'd go and stay over there, and then just cross the street, literally, walk in the studio, and get on to working.
Nice.
But one of the most famous rooms in there, you can actually still use it because it was the toilet, or bathroom, should I say, that Bob Marley used for Reverb.
Oh, really?
He was in the bath
wow.
one day and singing, and he said, "This sounds amazing. Let's mic this up." And so before they demolished it, some company, it might have been Waves or one of those, went in there and just captured as many impulse
Did a
responses.
response on it.
Yeah. And you can buy that somewhere, I think. So, yeah. What a place.
Great sounding loos of Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The plug-in collection.
I mean, it's the only major, the only major. I've never been to Abbey Road. I still want to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never been to Ayr, or Rack. I'd like Rack still going, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sam was the
real
only,
world somewhere to go to as well.
Yeah. I want to think that they do these residential things
Yeah,
every now
I
and
do.
again. It ain't
Yeah.
cheap. It ain't cheap. But
No,
You'll have to
I might.
get on to old Dave Arnold. He goes into wear a lot. He'd get you
Well,
in.
the guy that's buying the Fairlight, hopefully, eventually,
Oh, that's right. It was down there, wasn't it? Yeah.
works down there.
Okay.
And has a plan which I've been sworn to secrecy about, but it would mean potentially moving some equipment into real world. So there's a possibility of getting a sneaky peek. All depends who's in.
Failing that, just say you know me.
Yeah, that always gets you kicked out of places.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get kicked out of the best places using my name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only the best, mine.
So yeah, it's that's definitely one I'd love to. I mean, I would just love to have a cup of tea with Peter Gabriel. But,
I'll see what I can do.
well, apparently he makes very good cups of tea.
Yeah, I'll go and phone up Kate and say, do you remember that chat we had in that pub that night? Yeah.
Funny
No.
she said yeah.
Oh, wouldn't it be?
Have you heard there was Emily Evis, who's organises Glastonbury,
Yeah.
was saying in an interview that she still is trying to get Kate Bush to headline.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That falls into the same category of what I was trying to do today. Doesn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the favour aspect of it.
Yeah.
What is the matter, little one? Come on, out with it.
I don't know.
Reminds me of my little Megan. She used to do that a lot. She's a little tan Shih Tzu.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little cute thing. But she used to do all the time. It's all right.
Yeah. I don't know. She does that, don't you? Yeah. Do you?
Always moaning about something.
Yeah. Always.
I mean, I'll go and get myself a Dubry.
Okay, okay.
Come on.
Alex Ball's just posted a studio tour video.
Oh, is he? So Matt, are you coming to Cambridge? And I saw you were on the bottom of the list. Or was that another Matt?
Coming to...
Came to Synthesized at Cambridge.
No, I won't be. No.
There's another Matt Evans then at the bottom of the list. Who's that then? I wonder. He's showing some 303 stuff and some.
No, it's definitely not me.
Not you.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely
Okay.
not me. Yeah, no. Only one I'm doing this year is Synthfest.
Yeah. Yes.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah. I am now as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a good run.
Yeah. Definitely.
What's up, Rob?
Oh, nothing. Just mother-in-law's been having a. She phoned Jackie up 3 times in the space of half an hour. And it's well. Why are you calling me? Oh no, you called us. Well, I'm doing it right. Doing what right? Well, the phone. Okay, whatever. And she's just
Having a bad day.
having a bad moment. She's been all right the last few days, and this one's a bad one. So
Yeah, it comes and goes, doesn't it?
it does. But then, of course, it makes because she said, Jackie's like, no, I haven't called you, and then she's, don't you talk to me like that? I said, I'm not talking to you like anything. It's
Yeah.
once
some
Jackie, and,
Yeah.
So you just got to get into that routine of just yes, mum. Okay, I'm sorry, mum. I didn't mean to. Yeah, just agree with it. Don't make it worse by arguing.
Yeah.
It's difficult. I know it's difficult.
Yes.
We're upgraded to a maybe.
Oh, okay.
Just gonna go and get some coffee.
What? Here, wet my whistle.
What's up, Shorty? Hey? What's up, girly girl? What's the matter with you? Hey? How talented I am.
Yeah. One finger.
No, I still say, even now, after all this time, I think the best synth plugin ever is Zebra 2.
Yeah.
I've only got Zebralet, the new one.
Yeah.
Free one. So actually, standing watching Howie messing around with that at Super Booth, it was quite enlightening to actually see see him working.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
a
I
magic.
did say to him, I said, look, just between you, me, and the gatepost, when I'm using Zebra, I only use the HS patches because why troll through it? Cut to the chase. He hasn't made a patch that I didn't like yet.
He's a clever
But he's got an ear, that one. He made this solo
two, actually.
violin.
It's one other
Well, either side. Oh, that's handy. So you can hear buses coming from both directions. So he,
Sorry, Carol.
yeah, no, he did this solo violin on Zebra. And it had all the elements that you would expect from a sample of a violin. But then it had all the subtle keyboard control of a plugin. Listening to this thing going, I wouldn't even know where to start, to get that sound. At least to the level he got it. The detail in it was quite scary. In fact, I've heard some sample libraries of solo violins that don't sound as good. And they're samples of violins.
Yeah.
It's madness. The man certainly has an ear.
Defo. Yeah.
Nice little John Fox 7-inch with electronic sound this month.
Yeah.
Wait to find him.
That's a name I haven't known in a while.
Miles Away and Sunset Rising.
One of our vacuum cleaners is missing.
get something to wet my whistle. Whether it's got alcohol in it, I don't know. See what the missus says.
So many decisions between there and the kitchen.
I know,
Yeah.
quite.
Just because I can.
Just because you can, eh, Justin? Yeah.
Well, just because I can. And
Prison is full of people who said that.
Well, just because I can, and we did it a couple days ago, and it was the funniest thing, at least to me.
There's a bit of shimmer reverb if ever I heard one.
Oh.
Jum.
It's not even done yet.
No, isn't it? Just a 20-minute.
Hang on, I gotta. Just gonna. Could probably get a load of laundry done by the time this ends. There's a 70-second reverb.
Wow.
Yeah, but Vangelis is going, call that a long reverb.
Well, according to this, it's 70 seconds. According to Arteria LX24. See, now it's starting to, like, when it really darkens like this, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Starts
So now it's
producing
almost-
its own harmonies now.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
gosh. That almost makes me want to sample that and, like,
Well, yeah.
create a loop out of it. Oof. Yeah, that's gorgeous. I think
That'd be a
this
hell of a
might-
quiz question, wouldn't it? You
Yeah.
get it about now, take a sample of it, and you go, "What instrument was this?"
Exactly.
Yeah. 60 seconds ago, it was something
Yeah.
else.
What? Yeah. What instrument was this a minute ago? Ah, sunny Maryland. Yeah, well, hello from grey, cold, bleeding horrible, rains every bleeding day, Surrey.
Ah,
June,
sun-
my arse.
It is sunny
Yeah,
and
but-
80 here.
He's in there. 80. Wow.
I tell you what, it was so dark and gloomy today, the dogs started asking for their dinner an hour early. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, Azio, it could be. I kind of want to.
Now, we're past the 70-second mark by now, surely.
I think so. This has got to be
Yes.
like 2 minutes.
It's still going. Yeah, with no fringe on top.
Yeah.
Lots of rain,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, 70 seconds. That's what,
Yeah, I wonder which came first, the horse-drawn carriage or the county.
Exactly.
Let me think. I think was it Earl of Surrey or something?
Yeah.
It was a bit of a murderous wank, apparently. Or one of them. One of them was.
Probably was too hard.
Oh, Matt's in the wars again.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted injuries now.
Pretty much.
It's weird because I went downstairs to make a copy. I've come back up, and it's the one thing I haven't brought up with me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh well, no change there. Now we're into bass
Well, yeah.
synths territory now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
We got to see if Robbie can figure this out when he comes back.
Yeah. What piano? Yeah. What instrument was this?
What is it? What instrument is that?
Lancaster Bomber.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly got that Merlin drone, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I could do a Pink Floyd thing over this.
You could.
Well, what I'll do is I'll sample it, record it out, and then reverse it and have it like, start building up and building up and building up, and then just go right into something.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning. Well, see, now it's kind of trailing off.
Ah, there we go.
You can kind of hear it, like...
What did you go for in the end?
G&T.
Ooh. Ooh, how very middle class. Very middle class.
That's got to be at least 2.5 minutes.
It gotta be.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Easily.
That's more than 70 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Come back tomorrow when we've watched this on catch up.
Pardon?
What was that?
Come back tomorrow. We'll watch this on catch up. We can time how long he's reading.
What the hell is wrong with your microphone?
I have no idea.
It's still going. Like it.
Try again.
Fine.
How weird.
Doing it.
Yeah.
I can still hear the reverb.
Yeah, it's still going.
You've gone all Norman Collier.
Pretty much.
I'll go and come back.
Okay.
Okay, babe.
Only got
Yeah, it's
one
weird when
reverb.
it does that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not exactly a dropout or anything, but...
Hmm. Snoring pig.
Yeah, so I'll send you a sample of that, and you can put that on the quiz. What instrument is that?
Yeah.
All I did was just a low octave and middle C5 chord. Ah,
Ooh, didn't like that.
yeah, I didn't like that. Maybe I gotta hold it out more. Still didn't like that.
No.
Better?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Better.
So what was it you said earlier, Matt?
Oh, I said Justin was saying it's got to be like 2.5 minutes on the reverb. I said we'll watch on catch up and then come back tomorrow
Yeah, exactly.
and time it.
Yeah. It was long.
It was very long. Yeah.
See, it's behaving now.
Yeah.
Now, if I bring it back up. There we go.
Yeah.
I'll just drive it back down because I don't want to drive him really crazy with that again. I'll give you the answer now. It's the Arturia LX24.
Which is Lexicon 244 in disguise.
Yeah, pretty much. But I think it's my new. I think it's my new favorite reverb.
I must admit the which one is it now? Oh god, it's gone. The one with the hardware cards. You know, the effects plugins you buy, you put them on it runs off a
UAD?
hardware accelerator. UAD.
Oh, is it UAD? Yeah.
The Lexicon 244 is quite exceptional. But so's the price.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's after you got the card.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, before that, I was using the Slate Digital Verb Suite Classics, which has
Yeah.
some good stuff, and it was a combination of that, and I also like the free Convology XT plugin. That's got some really nice stuff in it.
Emmett, leave the seagull alone. We've got babies.
Oh, I tell you what, we had an Amazon driver pull up today. Nelly. She jumped up
He
onto
had his
the
leg off.
settee, and normally what she does is she just presses her nose against the window. And she got the distance completely wrong. And it was bang! Right. And she went, ah. And then went, she needed a moment. She goes, hang on a second,
Yeah.
I've really, really hurt my nose. Pissing ourselves laughing. The thing was, he didn't come here, he went next door.
No.
He's done it all for nothing. I think we've got a mere 10-second on this one. Not very bassy though.
No.
An awful lot of bass on that at all.
Do you ever get your Chase Bliss thing sorted out?
No, I put it in the box and stuck it on a shelf somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, it's knock knock.
Cattled.
No one is home. I will have a look at it at some point, but it's like, put it on the list. You know, talk about busman's holiday. Jesus Christ. And that's half the problem. That is half the problem. When something of mine breaks, I go, yeah, that can fucking sit there. That Pro 3, it's still sitting in the cupboard. We haven't been back to it.
Yeah.
Which is a shit, actually, because I like that Pro 3. I like its sequencer. I like its sound all round, in fact. But it's like, no. Mind you, we had Russian roulette this week with an Andromeda A6. Every time I turned it on, it's going, you gonna go to the display? Oh, it did.
So it's almost a fully loaded gun.
It is. It's literally an explosion waiting to happen. So it's been actually quite a good little girl, actually. There was just a couple of scratchy decoders on it. WD down the shaft, not taking it all apart. WD down the shaft, fixes it. And loosens them up a bit. What's that with the Arturia one?
Yeah, that's the Arteria.
Yeah, it is very good.
Yeah, this has got some low end on it, but...
See, 10 years ago, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no.
Just wouldn't have got it. It'd be close, but it wouldn't be that close.
No.
Because that is ridiculously close. Well, close enough where it doesn't matter.
I agree, and I've never played a real one.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's... Is it me, or... I think they're labelled, don't they?
Well, is the high pass up? On the 80?
I might have messed around with its EQing because of the new amount of noise that's coming out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's not the EQ, it could be, I don't know, do you have the high pass slider up?
No.
No.
No, that's down.
Just had a response from Rogue Amoeba.
Oh, yeah.
Give me some things to try, but I've already tried them, so...
Okay.
Well, let's get this conversation going then.
Yeah.
See where that leads.
Oh, that made a difference.
Yeah, it's a little different, isn't it?
So, yeah, you got a little more meat in there.
Yeah, I think that's sick.
Right, I'm going to do an in. I got to walk these doggies.
Okay, buddy.
Catch you soon.
See you later.
Cheers. Yeah, cheers, mate. Bye-bye.
Okay.
One thing I don't have is I don't have the slider.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really glowing sort of lack because everything on the machine is there, and it really, really screams out for it. I did get a secondary one, but it yeah, it's a perspex strip, big chunky thing. but it's a little bit too well engineered because I ran my finger down it and it cut my finger open.
Oh.
Yeah, on
Shit.
perspex. Yeah, it's like a fucking razor blade on the edges. I'll go around it with some 800. Smooth it off a bit. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's no good having a unit that cuts your finger. What the hell?
Nope. I was looking at that 101, the CZ,
Oh, yeah.
and if you do any sort of patch editing and store it on the machine, the moment you switch it off, unless you've got batteries in it, it dumps all the patches. It's got no internal battery.
No.
Yep.
6 D cells,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
equates to 9 volt.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether you could desolder the connections to
And put a 9-volt power on it.
put a 9 volt battery in it.
Yeah. It'll only need about 200 to 500 milliamp.
Yeah.
Just
So a
wondering
little
if that-
wall, cut the end off it, solder them onto those battery points, put the lid back on.
Well, either that or physically putting a 9 volt battery clip in there. And rather than having to have 6 fuck off great D cell batteries in there, you could put a
Yeah.
square 9 volter in.
The 9-volter won't last that long.
No, I'm just talking about for when you turn it off, take the power out, and it will literally
For
store
just to have it as a backup.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm
store
sorry.
the
Yeah.
patches. It's just as patch memory.
Oh, yeah. No, it lasts forever.
Yeah. You just
Yeah,
got to
not
make
a
sure the
problem.
battery doesn't corrode at all. That's all.
Yeah, but that I mean,
Mind you, those square ones, they're not as likely as the
Yeah.
round ones do, I must admit.
Yeah.
Yeah, put
Yeah.
a Duracell one in it, it'll last for fucking ever.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm literally just thinking if I do any patch editing on it, it was just to hold it in there rather than pissing
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
So it pretty much works then.
Oh, it works beautifully. Sounds lovely.
I wonder why it was in the garage.
I don't know.
Or maybe just never came back for it. I got fed up storing it in the bog.
Yeah, like I say, back 3 hours cleaning, plugged it in, bang, lovely.
Yeah. I
Good.
used to have one. The only way I could play it was from a freaking MIDI controller because I can't. I have a tough time with some
Those little
MIDI
keys. Yeah,
Now it's weird because I've got a PSS 270 that I can fly around on that I'm fine with, but I had an issue with the 101. I think maybe it would have been the keys were a little bit shorter than the PSS.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Manny. The 26600 and the 26700 Kia Signer chips are rocking horse. But somebody did a replacement casboard using Logic to do what those chips did. Mind you, a lot of them, mind. But it is doable. It is doable. But it'd be interesting to see.
so you might end up doing all the CS80s that exist.
Again.
Do you know what? There's going to be a certain amount of people who are going to be more elitist and want original voice cards in it. When it all original, you know, that kind of scenario, which is fine.
Like you get with the RA people.
Yeah. But I mean, if it's a case of like, you know, rescuing an 80 from the tip, it's worthwhile chasing after these cards. It's all going to be down. Well, it's not even really about price, is it? Because your average populated CS8 voice card is about $3,000. So
And how many's in a CS80?
16.
Yeah. Yeah, 8 for each layer, right?
Yeah, 8. Yeah,
Yeah,
A and B,
eight per
8
layer,
each.
yeah.
So hang on a minute. So if they're $3,000 a card, it's actually worth more money parting out a CS80 than it is to buy a complete one.
Yeah, if you want to wait that long. That's the thing.
That's scary.
Yeah, well, it's nothing particularly unusual about that when you think about it. there's a lot of machines where the voicing cards are worth more than the whole machine. Yeah, like Profit 5 Rev 2, for instance. You've got a fully populated SSM card, voice board. It's worth thousands, mate, thousands. So.
Well, if they need a front panel, you got one in them in the garage.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple out there, actually.
And a cliff front panel as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, the mock-up one, yeah. That cost an arm and a leg, that did build that. Fiona went to the printers with this sort of CAD file that I'd done for the printer to do the to put the screen on. And she gave him this file, and he goes, "All right, so what's this, A3 or anything like that?" And she goes, "No, it's quite. Have a look at the file." And she goes, "He's gone, bloody hell, that's big." He goes, and he wants it in one piece. Oh yeah, it's got to be in one. Yeah, well, that's going to cost a few quid, and it bloody did. Man, did it. So it's faded now, isn't it? So. But like I said to Hans, I said if these cards, these voicing cards come in competitive, or they come in competitive for bulk, I could still do the anaglyph the way I wanted to do it the first time around, and it'd be a lot more fun. If they're the right price.
Well,
That's the one thing he didn't say.
No, that's understandable. Because, I mean, if I was him, if I'd gone to all this trouble to redesign these cards, because I know a few people had started doing it and then gave up halfway through, and it looks like he's got to the final post, as it were. But the time and money invested in the project, the price of the card, if you take the physical price of the card, you've got to add on a certain degree of value on top of that. Because of what it's for, that's going to be a chunk, that's going to be a percentage. And, people are going to want their voice cards replacing their CS80 aren't exactly, on the dole. Do you know what I mean? So I can see that there will be a certain degree of, should we say, cushion in the pricing. And then I suppose up to a point there has to be to make it worthwhile as well. Because, I mean, I've restored, 600 odd CS80s, and as yet haven't had to need a replacement card from another manufacturer. Yet. Although that day approaches. So, you can make these things, but whether people snap them up or not, who knows?
So would there be another scenario where somebody would be able to use these cards? So, for example, if they were trying to re-engineer CS80?
Well,
For example.
Well, the one thing that's really going to scupper it is that the way the card is made, and you have all the solder points for all the wiring that go around down both sides. You need to have all those other cards that do those specific functions for those specific points on the card at a very specific voltage as well. So the power supply that feeds all this has got to be plus minus 15 with a plus 8.5 and a minus 6.5 voltage. Otherwise the card doesn't work properly. Now, if he was to go, let's make it so it all works on 5 volt, that'd be all fine, but you have to change how they respond to certain voltages over how the other cards, the original cards, would.
Yeah.
So there's extra electronics to be added. and he seems to have gone for a 1-for-1. So they're only going to work in CSs. And if, if somebody said, "Oh, I'll buy 16 of those and I'll make my own CS," he has to then actually make the rest of the CS to make those cards work.
My point was there might be one company that might be interested in buying all of these things.
Oh, they'll just steal it.
Yeah, true.
They'll just clone it.
Yeah.
But I was expecting the guy to say, and he never said it, was at some point he was going to say, and then we got this CPU, this processor, whatever, emulating this, that, and the other for the wave shapes or something like that, right? And it didn't come. And he just said, no, we just recreated it using analog. And they're going, how the fuck did you recreate that just using analog? Seriously, how? But
he didn't expand on that, obviously.
So unless he's generating these waveforms at component level, see now Deckard's Dream. Now the Deckard's Dream uses Curtis ICs. The waveforms are nothing like CS80s, so he's had to do a load of manipulation to get a CS80-ish sound. Because although the Deckard's Dream is really good, it's not the same. It doesn't sound the same as an 80. But these cards we were listening to were so close.
Oh, you've heard them?
Oh yeah.
There's video.
Yeah. We watched the video.
I didn't know there was a video.
Now this guy made a claim, and it's a heady claim. He said that you could take one of these cards and put it in a row of original CS cards and then not tell which card is the new card. Alright? That takes a bit of doing. So I don't know. If he's nailed it, I mean, good on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely good on him.
Guys, can I briefly ask a favour?
Raspberry.
I'm talking with Chris from Rogue Amoeba about Loopback, and he wants me to do a quick test.
Yeah.
Where I invoke the issue.
The issue, right?
But he's given me instructions how to put Loopback into debug mode.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do that.
You want us to use our ears?
Yeah, and just tell me when it's doing it, because then it'll be logging everything.
Right. Okay. Absolutely.
So let me just do that. So relaunch the app. Hold down the Option key. There we go. And quit and relaunch with debugging. Okay. Once you're in debugging window, head to the logging debugging session and enable the following options. There you go. When you click done, the app will continue to launch. Right. There it is. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is, if I switch my audio, you know what will happen? It won't do it now.
Exactly.
So I'm going to switch my audio in StreamYard to the Loopback. Okay.
Okay.
Right, we're switched.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that everything sounds okay at the moment.
Well, normally your voice is all right initially, but it's other signals that really show it up.
Here we go.
Yeah. So.
Anything?
It's been absolutely fine.
Polybrute. Polybrute.
Wait for it to warm up.
Fucking kidding me.
This is crazy, isn't it? Absolutely mental.
You got Junoitis.
I would see if you can find the clip from one of the past pubs.
No, I've got to do it to log.
Oh, okay.
So it registers the data. It's been absolutely fine.
Yeah.
It would be crackling like a bastard by now.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me?
It would be more crackling than a bowl of Rice Krispies.
Now, I know this sounds
once in the morning.
stupid. Right,
Go
you've
on.
collected your data, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you put loopback back into not debug mode and see if it does it?
Good
Because
point.
there's a
Think
point
about
that
it.
because it's debugging, let's say it's working differently somehow.
Safe modey.
Yeah, that could be it.
Okay, so everything's absolutely fine at the moment. No problems at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and okay, let me just run some of these.
Oi! Kent! Get your hairy ass into my office now!
Okay.
Rob,
Yeah.
are you still running it with the setup that you created after you took loop back off in the audio fuse? Do you remember you
Yes.
fucked around? Yeah.
Yeah. So at the moment, where are we?
Because all the routings are different now, aren't they?
Okay, so let's. Yeah, but the thing was, the
Technology.
Stream Deck
Can't live with it. Can't live without it.
is only going through loopback. Okay.
Right.
So the audio from Stream Deck. So if I take Stream Deck out of loopback, you won't hear it.
Yeah.
So I'm feeding everything through. I mean, I can.
Well, loopback was initially really showing it up.
Okay.
Although when
Let me try something
you were
else.
speaking, you were getting lots of crackle dropouts and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, hang on
After-
a sec.
Well, almost immediately, in fact.
Right. So hang on. I'm going to save my preset. Okay, so the audio fuse is saved. So what did I do? I took.
It is. I have to comb it every morning. Back comb it, obviously. Yep, fine.
Yep. Got that.
Mic's not working now.
Yep. No mic.
We've had that before.
Yes, Scott, half God, he did save the setup.
Nope.
PSN's going to be interesting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or he just goes back to the original preset he had when it worked.
He's going to have a little overlay of a lady in the corner doing all this.
Or just write out all of his
Yeah, he's sitting there pointing at Longhurst going. He's going to come on there. He's going to come. You bastard, Evans.
So that's really weird.
You were my favorite.
Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Right. Okay.
All left.
Am I coming? Yeah, I'm coming out of.
You got that thing
so
going. Yeah,
there,
now right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's.
That's just the way the mixer initiates, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, indeed.
So let me just whack that. So can you still hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And not crackling.
And not crackling.
Not crackling.
So I'm now coming directly from the main outputs, not the aux, on the mixer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's still.
Yep.
Yes.
Still getting that, and
no crackling.
and no crackling. Okay, so
Matey Boy at Rogue Amoeba is going to now be going,
yeah.
Typical
Okay, well,
fecking
let's
software.
do-
hang
let's
on.
do what-
But we
Oh.
do have video evidence of it.
Oh, what was that?
What was what?
Crackling.
Where?
Just then. Oh, hello.
That's not as clean as it was.
Yeah.
There's a couple of cracks in that.
Oi! Kent, get your hairy ass into my office now!
And I did. And she did. It's not bad, but there was definitely a little sort of like, ooh, let's have a moment.
Okay.
But that's in this other setup.
Well, that's with me not coming through the aux. That shouldn't make any difference because I'm just changing.
Another crackle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm just changing the routing of the
Another
audio.
crackle.
It's
Yeah.
like every once in a while it's not.
Okay.
It's a
Okay.
bit like Kent's used to be when it was first starting to
Yeah,
kick
yeah.
in.
Is there any synchronization with drive lights at all in the room when it does it?
No.
No. Okay, we can rule that out then.
No. So all I've changed is instead of sending the auxiliary, instead of sending everything to the aux and then that feeding into StreamYard, I'm just doing it off the mains, the main outs.
Yeah. But the setup you had before, it was pretty faultless for the whole duration of the test.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll log that. Let me just.
It's still data they can mess with.
So let me just quit that. Right. Okay. So now, what was it? Oh, that's what we were going to launch loopback, but not in debugging mode.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now we're in just regular non-debug.
Yeah. Crackle, crackle.
Lots of crackling, or more than the
It's
last
not
one?
dreadful, but it had crackled a couple of times.
There was a
Right.
couple.
Okay.
But as I said, the first setup that you had, nothing. Weird, isn't it?
In software, brilliant.
Isn't it?
But it did seem to have a delay to it. You know, it was sort of like initially anyway, you would put on the loop back and it seemed to be okay, and then after a minute and a half, then it started to get crackly and then get more crackly, and then you'd have really bad moments and then it'd clear up again and then bad moments again. But then you'd come out of loop back and go back to the setup before that and it was fine. It's almost like the interference used to get on quite a slow computer when there was a disk access.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, absolutely, darling. Yeah, so like you used to get on the old machines when you get like a disk access, and it would mess up whatever the audio you were listening to at the time. Sounds like that, but I mean, on an M-chip Mac,
It shouldn't be.
it'll have a buffer on it that's the size of a fucking cow's ego. Do cows have egos? I suppose the Bolshe ones do.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't know. They could.
yeah.
Right.
I remember being at a fair, 10 years ago, a local one, where they had like, a bunch of animals on display, and there was like a whole barn full of cows.
Yeah.
Walked right up to them, had some some straw in my hands, and this one cow was kind of gently eating out of it. This other one comes over, headbutts the first one out of the way, and starts eating out of my hand. So, yeah, maybe this one's saying, yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm more
yeah.
important than you are, so you know what? This is mine. Get out.
Yeah. Yeah. I like this. Look. Where is it?
Okay.
Okay. That's a sort of like resigned kind of statement.
You hear that?
No.
No.
No, that's and I know why that is, because
You missed the keyboard. You're playing the rug.
No, nothing.
Nope. Nope. Oh, hello.
There
you
it
go.
is. It's quiet though.
yeah, that's okay. Cause that's odd.
Hmm.
Very odd.
But like I say, that first setup you had with everything running, it was fine. So
But
don't know what
annoying
it
thing
is, but
Yeah.
you've resolved the problem
well,
apparently on the surface.
Half God it does, but there's no way for him to run the Stream Deck stuff into it.
the loopback on here is mainly for Windows,
Yeah.
not for Mac. Excuse me. Well, we'll see what Chris comes back with. Can you hear this?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Clearly.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, echo.
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 Well, I read. Oh.
No. It's too late. It's turned it off now.
Like
Yes.
one crackle.
Did you hear the synth though?
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting. Very interesting. Oh well, we'll see. See what they say. Kosh, yeah, it triggers an application. So the application is the Stream Deck app that's running in the background.
A couple of tiny little
stream-
samples.
Yeah, and
Yep.
you assign the audio to each button.
Yeah.
However, on the Mac version of the Stream Deck application, you cannot select where you want the audio to go, because that would have been a fantastic solution. But it just seems to, I guess, output from the Mac's audio, output, whether it's,
Yeah, general.
and I have everything assigned to the audio fuse.
No, I think I used to have it set up where the StreamYard app was its own separate input in Loopback.
Yeah.
Select it in the device, isn't it?
Yes, I've
And
got
add
the
it,
Stream
yeah.
Deck app in Loopback,
Yeah.
routing its audio into the main outs.
Yeah.
that's how you're hearing it.
Yeah.
But that's the only way, and that's why you need the loop back. I mean, because that's the only thing.
Yeah.
If I didn't have that, or if the Stream Deck app allowed you to route the audio specifically to something, then I wouldn't need loopback at all.
Yeah.
But
Now, what about playing YouTube videos or stuff in your browser?
If I'm doing that in StreamYard, that's all done through Chrome.
Okay.
And StreamYard pulls the audio from Chrome.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you have to add that in instead. Yeah, because I think I still got the problem. Let's have a look. Right, if I do that. Ugh. No reverb, yeah?
Nope.
Now, to hear the reverb, I have to click the little yellow speaker. Now, the only problem with that is you then hear it. Oh, pick the right track, can you, twat? That's good, lad.
Yeah, there it is.
But the signal is going through twice. So you get that phase thing.
Yeah.
There, hear it?
Yeah. Because I think what's happening is,
Yeah.
where's the wet-dry balance on your reverb?
Well, this is the thing. It's because the note is going through twice. And you when you have the little speaker, the monitor thing turned on, if you turn it off, you don't get the reverb, and you only hear it go through once, but obviously without the reverb. Now, the way I was getting around it before was having an external reverb for it, which, of course, is in a box now, going, I don't feel well.
So
I'm having to do this, and you get this. It's not like a phase cancellation, but you know what I mean? It's sort of like
yeah.
thing going on.
Is the reverb on an insert on the actual track?
Yeah.
Okay. What you want to do is you want to use it as a send in the DAW.
Yes.
And then turn your input monitoring on the track and then take the fader down.
Hang on a sec.
Because if you do that, the send, create an aux bus, put the reverb there, create a send in your audio track.
Yeah.
That send should be pre-fader, and you should be able to get reverb with that fader all the way down. That way you don't get that phase cancellation.
Yeah. All right. Let's call this up then. Try that one for now. Go on. Add it then. Go on. Oh, what? Oh, what's come up? Oh God. The spinning rainbow of death now. Hang on.
Windows.
Something it doesn't like.
Windows.
No, this is a Mac.
I know.
Half God's just come up with a
there you go.
solution, BB cable, which is free.
Yeah, but this is essentially what
It's kind of what loopback is.
Loopback is that,
Yeah.
and more besides. It's a lot more powerful.
Okay, so there's the dry.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, excuse me.
More tea, Vicar.
Eventually. Here we go. Yeah, obviously we'll have to be blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. Oh God, now where did it? Oh Christ, they've changed it in the later Cubase, didn't they? Oh mate, where did you put it? Come on.
It's just for fun. I'm gonna do the same thing here.
Oh, they moved it.
I'm going
Brilliant.
to... Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's take...
I am not a robot.
We all know Julian is.
Well, input 3 and 4 is montage. So we're getting. Yep. So
Ooh,
now
hang
we're
on.
getting. That's me. So I'm getting some little input lag. Now what I need to do is I'm going to do the same thing.
No, that's
Add a bus channel.
not that one.
Add a reverb. So I'll add the
Discard that.
LX24 to the bus channel. Now what I need to do is I need
That's
to
weird.
take off that.
By the way, if anybody's into early 80s electro,
Go on.
I can highly recommend this compilation CD, part 1 and part 2. There are 2 parts to this. It's French electro, and it's bloody brilliant.
Yeah.
They were playing it at the St. Vincent gig,
Mm.
in between, acts, and before
All right.
she came on. And I was sat there with Jack, and it basically sounded. Do you remember Street Sounds? The Street Sounds
Yes.
albums. It basically sounded like you were listening to one of those, but it was all in French. I sat there with Jackie and was like, "This is actually quite good. I don't understand pretty much anything they're saying.
Doesn't really matter.
This is really good. This is really like this." So I Shazammed it, and it pointed me to these compilation albums,
Yeah.
and they're available on Bandcamp.
Oh.
For a French record label called Born Bad Records.
Huh.
And they're bloody brilliant. They're really, really good. It's proper old school, like electro. Bit of French rapping, which is a little disconcerting, but not awful. Yeah,
All right, so just for the fun of it,
bloody French, good at everything.
Yeah, well.
Not as good at making wine and cooking as the Italians, but
all right.
Ooh, that's a
fighting to it.
contentious statement there. A wine cheese battle. Ooh.
So, audio track, which is doubling up, and I've got a bus with a reverb. Now I'm going to create a send it
Yeah.
to
Yes,
the
the
reverb.
French boogie. That's it's called French boogie.
I'm going to drop the audio fader on the track. No reverb because I need to set the bus to pre-fader. And now I've got reverb.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll have to find out where that is in this bloody mixer. To be honest with you, though, I miss the bliss.
Yeah.
I do like. I mean, Quadra has gone. Oh, do you know what? I'm 40 now. Oh, Christ! Because we got that new.
Wait, I'm 40.
Jesus, when was it? 80 something or 90 something. Do you know what? I can't remember when it came out, but it's a fair few years old, and I think it's had enough.
Yeah.
So I don't think she makes any noise anymore. Could take it down the workshop and have a look, I suppose. But,
So what I really need to do is get my Rev 5 and Rev 7 installed into a signal chain so I can access them at any time. But at the moment, I've just got nowhere to put them.
Yeah, those are nice.
And you just did a reconfigure, didn't you?
Well, no, I'm going to have to do. Well, I actually had the Rev 7
Yeah.
in the rack on my desk with that very intention in mind, but didn't actually get around to doing it. Then I had to take it out to put the audio fuse in. Didn't have enough space. So the plan is that when I buy that shelving and rearrange, that I'm going to get the rack unit and stick the rack unit in. and then hopefully I'll be able to utilise that. And I've got a Digitech Vocalist 2 unit here that I'd really like to mess around with, but and
I have one of those.
some other bits and bobs.
I gotta look and see which one mine is.
No.
And I have not played with that in a couple of years.
The reason, Steve, the guy in the front looks French is because it's a cartoon of Francois Mitterrand.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonsoir.
You got your porn curtain up again?
Yeah, she's strapped up again.
Ah.
So I've got all Robin Scott's patch packs in my garage.
Oh, yeah.
All hand built with cable snakes, like probably stretch from the front of the house to the back of the house.
One day you're going to put a car in there.
Yeah. Right
Mind
now,
blown.
there's a fucking great emulator in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want to bring it in here and play with this. Well, I can put it somewhere, but I wouldn't be able to get in the bloody room. What's volume 2?
Stealing my reverb idea. Well, that sounds more like a spring reverb than anything.
What, this?
Yeah.
Galactic.
Oh. Ow. Definitely going to have to go and do myself another coffee in a minute.
Waiting for the missus. Did we have a G&T? Fuck's sake.
Wait for her to do you one.
Yeah.
Cool. Bloody hell. You wouldn't last a week here.
Yeah, I have got the Mac version of Stream Deck, according to Robbie, and he just said this, you can't change the output of it.
You can on Windows.
Nice.
No, the matrix isn't causing the crackling. It's the loopback software that causes it.
Yeah.
Because I'm talking to you now through the matrix. That's fine. Matt, are you playing stuff?
Yeah, he is.
Because it sounds like we're hearing it coming out of your speakers, not.
It's coming. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's on his.
That's
He's on his phone.
intentional. Okay.
I'm not on the main one.
Okay. I see.
Yes, indeed. These should be synced as well, actually. Yeah. Synchronization.
Sounds very late 80s, early 90s Roland.
Doesn't it?
That just screams D50 right there. Either D50 or JD800.
What patch is this, by the way? 66 North. Deluxe. Yeah, I was a bit surprised about the whole massive differences between the patches on the 49 over the Deluxe.
Ooh, that's nice.
Ooh.
So maybe what they're doing is more patches with the 2 layers together in the Deluxe.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd think even the single patches would come over, but
Yeah.
I don't think even they've come over. DX100. Nice. Haha. Those sounds are a lot harder to recreate than you think. You think it'd be pretty straightforward, you know, go, get a square road and put an ensemble over the top of it. Nope, not quite it.
Pulse width or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Love a bit of sync. I think the first synth I ever got that had that was the Prodigy. Used to love the way that screamed. It's a beautiful little cow.
Yeah, my first encounter with that was Microkorg.
Oh, okay.
Because I could afford it, and we had one at the store I was working on.
Actually, I think roughly about the same time that I got the Prodigy, because it was out. It was just out. I was doing the sync. Something came out in the charts that was heavily using it. And bucket fucking remember what it was. It did well. What was it?
I always liked the Cars, and I always wanted to recreate the sound in that sync sound in Let's Go. And there was one other one that used that off of Heartbeat City, the opening track.
Yeah.
That had that same. Hello Again, that's the one.
Now, I'm trying to think, what was it that was in the charts doing that? Damn it.
Oh, man.
I'm wondering if it's propaganda.
That's very Wave Station.
This is Robbie's way of going modular.
Well, no, that's the Mini Brute.
That's what I love about that machine. So many different elements.
I know.
And then you got all that keyboard control as well. It's a bit quiet, Robbie.
Yeah, it's a little quiet.
Is that better?
Could go louder.
Yeah, I could go louder.
Well, actually, the entire studio is a collection. There you go.
There you go.
Come on, Matt, get involved.
Rebooting,
Huh?
just rebooting stuff. I'm trying to work out a loopback system.
That machine is full of those little ambling patches, isn't it? It's a little sweetheart, that thing. Plus it's one of the sexier looking synths to come out in recent times. You spot that bugger a mile off, can't you? Oh, do you know what? I'm going back to that sync wheel. Do you like it? So, hey, Rob, where we getting? Go on, demonstrate this machine, bitch. Perform, monkey.
Finally, I'm not the one having to do that.
See this girl do it. What you need to do is get the chair over there with you.
Hello, geezers.
Right.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Gorge.
Excuse me. Die, you bastard. Almost. Nearly. You were playing it earlier.
Waiting until I have to play it correctly. One more person screws it up, then I'll
overcorrect next.
You know, Justin, what's really lovely about hearing you play is I don't play anything like as well as you, but when I hear you play, I aspire to, so I try. That's great. Because you don't make it sound difficult. You make it sound like it's possible. And I applaud you for that, young man.
Anything is possible.
Well, apart from losing these chins.
That's still possible.
Oh, I'm sensing Junos.
Oh. Junos.
No, I don't know.
An approximation.
I'm deliberately playing it wrong so we don't get a copyright strike.
What, on this?
True.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about
Oh
this,
man,
mate.
there's a demo on YouTube that there's a bunch of them that Rich Formidoni, when he was still working with Korg, did with the original King Korg, where he demonstrated like all the filter types, and he blatantly changed a lot of the famous riffs to avoid the copyright strikes. Well, you could tell the riff he was playing was like similar to Separate Ways Worlds Apart, but it was like, he was doing.
Yeah,
like
but you
playing
would
all the wrong
think,
notes,
though, right, that instead of seeing that as infringement, they'd see that as promotion.
Exactly.
But that's because it's not the bands themselves that are in charge of the copyright.
No, it's the
Yeah,
publishers.
it's the money grabbers, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, Paul, it's easy. You just have to run about 30 miles a week.
And then at the end of the week, get a train home.
Exactly.
Okay.
Go on.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, I remember where most of mine are, or used to be.
I remember that I used to have some.
Yeah, somewhere. I think keep them in a box in a cupboard somewhere now.
Seemingly most of them are attached to my jaw for either cake or beer, that is. Or wine.
Very.
Let's see if he can guess what that is. All right, Andrew, what sound is that?
Which sound?
Do you hear it?
Not
Oh,
hearing
yeah.
Do it again.
I'm not hearing a thing.
Oh, hang on. Let's try that.
That's better.
Any idea?
From the top. Again.
Sounds very CS80. Oh, it's piano.
Oh, that's lovely. And it's just getting bigger.
Oh, my lord.
So, wait till he can figure that out. Oh, it's starting to rumble now.
Yeah, it's starting to come back on
Yeah.
itself.
Beautiful. Wow.
So that's a reverb, right?
Very.
That is a yes. Which one? All right. I'll just tell him.
I don't know.
So that is supposedly a 70-second decay time, but it is longer than 70 seconds. It is coming from, it's about 2.5 minutes. That is coming from Arturia's LX24 Lexicon clone.
Okay.
And every time I do this, I'm getting inspired to just like record it as a track, reverse it, and just start like improvising over it.
You need the RFX card and the big reverb on that.
Yeah.
You do. Seriously, you do.
Come
But
in.
that's lovely.
All right, let me get rid of that.
That's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful reverb.
That's not Close Encounters, Justin. Sorry, you just screwed that up completely.
That was the point.
Yeah, you say that now. We know now.
Yes, now.
Justin's fallible. Justin's fallible. Hi, Robbie.
That was my interpretation of it.
How much for
Alright.
Justin's Fallible?
Justin's fallible.
You know that's not his surname. Leave him alone.
No, it's his foible. His fallible foible. His foible is fallible. That reminds me of the sounds of the original Thomas Crown affair, which I think was Maurice Shaw. There was it was just such a cool sound, and it's one which I occasionally try to slightly emulate. It's a really lovely sound. That wasn't.
Freebird. Yeah, no, you can't afford it.
Oh, just had a reply from Rogue Amoeba.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for providing those details. We've passed this to our engineering team so they can dig into it and get a better sense of what's going on. While we continue to investigate, you may wish to use the previous version of Loopback temporarily.
Aha!
You can access that download from this link.
Yes!
You're very
Copy
likely
paste.
prompted to update to the latest version, so be sure to stick with that release by selecting skip for now. I've got your info links up to our internal tracking case, so we'll be in touch. Excellent. Okay, that's good. Very good customer service from
Yeah,
Rogue Amoeba,
they dealt
I
with
must
it.
say. Yeah, well, they responded very quickly,
Good.
and it's a human being.
I thought
Even
you
better.
raised this with them last week or whenever it was.
No.
Okay.
No, this was just now.
Yeah. So
Well, that's
okay.
hugely fast. That's really good.
So now-
Paul, I would have to fly over to the UK in order for that to happen. And on my budget, not going to happen.
Which is odd because America is known as one of the sort of centres for where really good customer service started, right? And if you're saying it no longer exists, that's really a great shame.
No, what Paul is saying is how far away are we from one another? Perhaps a meetup. Yeah, I'd have to fly over to the UK for that to happen.
Paul Artola's in Maryland.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they have lots of good biscuits there.
Well, don't they just?
So then he just has to drive up here to see me.
But do they sell Maryland cookies in Maryland, or is that just a British thing?
No, I don't know. No idea.
Right.
Depends where we get it from.
Paul says we
Apparently,
have crabs.
Kissing the Machine's got a semi.
Is he?
Yeah, he's got a semi, a strictly semi.
Oh,
That
that'll
means
keep
he
us going for a
watches,
little while.
he watches dancers on the BBC and he gets a semi, if you know what I
Oh,
mean.
okay.
Apparently, Paul Artola's got crabs.
You got crabs? Oh. Poor man.
What, with semis? What's a semi-crab?
Cr.
Yeah, cr.
Or
Yeah.
ab.
Now,
Or abs. Yeah, got abs.
Yeah. Something I've not known for a very long time. Abs.
Yeah. Like a seafood diet.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Seafood and eat it. Still my favourite chords.
Ah, yes. B flat 13.
Or
as I know it,
that shape.
fingers go.
Yeah, that shape.
Minor 7.
And that shape.
Major.
And that shape.
Yep. Major.
And that shape.
So that's a 9.
Half god, half beast. Son, I don't understand the question.
What's the question?
What's this thing you called? I think it's sun.
Oh, it's right outside my window.
Oh yeah, I've heard about it.
What is it? Is it like a bush?
I think it's a bush that people worship
Oh right, a bush.
in some
that people
form or
worship.
other. Back in days of yore. Yeah, I think I've seen.
TR8. Yep. TR8S. Yep. I can get that. 88 degrees. Fuck today. What? Paul, what do you want? 88 degrees. Fuck. What?
He's in America,
Too much.
so that's...
Too much.
You'd
that
fall
word.
off, wouldn't you?
Too much that word. Is it like beer?
I don't know, but if I fucked at 88 degrees, I'd fall off.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like.
That's-
that.
yeah.
That's from that to.
Yeah, it's almost. I don't know. Or it depends on if it's going from the horizontal, which is pretty much like just sex standing up, but with a slight lean.
You look like you're cleaning someone else's dentures there, Robbie. How are you? What's going on?
Very well, thank you. I'm just trying to uninstall Loopback.
Is this the oldie?
No, I'm going to get rid of the new one. And then I'm going to put the old one on.
Oh, I see.
And hopefully...
We're going back in time.
Man,
Back,
red.
way back.
So you happen to do Time Machine.
Right.
Paul, it has to turn me from blue to sort of pale something first, so, you know.
Right, so, Loopback.
Kissing the machine, you're talking about synthesizer stuff here, when we're clearly talking about the weather. You know, come on, get a grip. Honestly, synths here,
What? Yeah, what?
here.
What's a synth?
This time of year? Good God, sir.
Yeah.
If you could just carry on playing for a minute, Justin, and I'll pretend to play here, then people will. Here we go. That's old.
There's a couple really cool live versions of that he does.
good.
Thank you. It's not even the montage piano.
Okay.
We're doing that, are we?
Strap in, boys.
All right.
The Loopback King returns.
So I've uninstalled the old one.
Yeah.
Now we install the new one. Oh, sorry. Uninstall the new one, now install the old one. So, let's see if this works. Oh, look at that. It's brilliant. It's actually the old version. Yay!
Excellent.
Install.
Because this is what you wanted to do last week.
Yeah.
Because you can wait for the fixed version to come out. If there is a fixed version to come out, of course. And so we wait.
You're an echo.
Big echo.
Oh man, I was kind of feeding off of that.
Right. All good?
Yep, I hear you now.
Oi! Kent! Get your hairy ass into my office now!
That seems
Fine.
I think
Yeah.
I detected something.
I hear that.
Okay. Well, let's see how it goes.
But we can hear you as well. Oh.
See if we get any.
You see that as a bad thing.
So who in the button now? Matt, say something, for God's sake.
Hello. And
Oh my
welcome
God.
to Jazz Club.
Yeah. Nice.
Great.
Smooth. Smooth.
Oh, it was. Oh, it's lovely to noodle.
Yes. Oh, super noodle with mushrooms. Oh,
Unless Fiona puts carrots in it.
yeah. I don't know. How'd she manage to do that? Oh, this is a lovely meal. Let me find a way to fucking ruin it. Oh, I know. I'll put half the fucking garden in it. Oh, cheers. Thanks for that. You got any mud as well while you're at it?
What do you think you were eating?
Well, you didn't see the Yorkshire pudding tonight. Oh my godfathers.
Was it like a digestive? Only
Put it
harder?
this way, it was so flat only Ant-Man could fucking see it from the side. It was
He's
she put
dimensionally challenged,
she
yeah.
didn't have any plain flour and she had to use self-raising, and of course ironically the one thing self-raising flour doesn't do in a Yorkshire pudding is raise.
That'll be good, Rob.
It would appear so. It would appear so.
Don't update it in future. Just stay on that fucking version, man.
Yeah. Now I've got that version as a hardwired version rather than one that automatically installs the latest one.
Keep
Is
the
it
installer
me?
as well.
And also
Yeah,
put that
it
installer in a
does-
little
yeah,
folder
exactly.
somewhere.
Yeah. Is it me?
Yeah, on a hard drive in a safe.
What
And this-
was
this
you
is-
when he came in?
And this is one for the Brits.
Oh, okay.
Would anybody else really get quite excited about Angela Rayner?
Who?
Angela
Oh God, Robbie's found his next
Here we
fucking
go.
target.
I've always thought she's quite nice.
Oh, here we go.
Who the fuck is Angela Rayner?
She's the number
Really?
2 in the Labour Party, isn't
yeah,
she?
she's Labour deputy leader.
One moment.
You fancy some ginge minge?
I do. I'm
Yeah,
partial.
if she has a Brazilian, it looks like a fish finger.
I'll take your word for that, Matt. I'm not going there.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Oh, helmet hairs on there as well.
Jesus. Oh God, reckon she'd be.
I held a
famous,
sword at the king's
can't
coronation.
say
That
all
makes me marvellous.
That's all.
Fucking hate that one.
I actually quite like her. I quite like her.
I like her as a person,
attitude as a
Yeah.
as a
as a
as
human.
a politician. I quite like her. I do. She's straight, which is really good. I'd rather shag Matt, to be honest. You know, Matt's my preferred condom of choice when shagging Kent. To be honest, I mean to be really honest.
We don't want to catch anything.
Well, no, I don't. You know, obviously, you know that's why I'm careful.
Yeah.
That's why I use Matt as my condom.
Okay.
Mm.
In the words of Kylie, you should be so lucky.
If you lay me down, you'll fuck me. No. I remember back in the, I had kids, like primary school kids, singing that. I should be so lucky if you lay me down and fuck me.
Ah, kids.
And then you have
Oh,
to
no,
do the
not going
bit,
down that road
ding,
again.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. There we go. Oh, dear.
That's more like a dagger, Steve. Or a penknife.
You sport semis for this, do you?
Go beyond the semi.
They invite him
Really?
to the back.
Oh, okay.
They invite him round the back.
You could knock nails in with that, could you? Oh, okay.
He'd go full Finders for that, wouldn't you, mate?
That's it. Oh,
You realise when she gets older, it's going to look like a potato waffle.
As long as it's not a blue one.
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Somebody had to say it.
Where's
That
the-
was
it's very derogatory, really, when you think about it, isn't it? That's not good.
Goldie Looking Chain did an album called Blue Waffle. It was just like, I can't get the image out of my head. Do you remember when that was doing the rounds?
Mm-hmm.
There's a little, what was it? Before or after Two Girls, One Cup?
Yeah, but the story I heard is that fucking Snoop Dogg sat there and watched Two Girls, One Cup while he was having his dinner.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
I bought,
None.
right, so me and the missus went
You
to
and me
Amsterdam.
both, Andrew.
Me and the missus went to Amsterdam, early days of our relationship. And I bought some DVDs, as one does in Amsterdam, that you can't buy over here. And one of them was a full-on, like, 90-minute, 2-hour porno hosted by Snoop Dogg. And it was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It was great.
Jesus,
funny.
can you imagine him and Willie Nelson in a room? Fucking
see-
hell.
you wouldn't
Well, you wouldn't
see
see
them,
anything,
smoke.
would you? No.
Yeah.
And Cheech and Chong.
I think they should-
Cheech
I think
and
the
Chong
missus threw
again.
those out.
Well, actually, the only person who could deal with a lot of smoke is Longhurst, isn't it? Used to the exhaust. Spunky Lil. I've just seen your
No,
screen
there's no
name.
exhaust when you cocktail.
You've only just got that. Jesus.
Just seen it. Oh, dear me.
God's sake.
Yep.
I'm just quickly scrolling through Facebook, right? And you know, you get those video adverts things come up. It's fucking Ty. I can't get away from him.
I know that folds, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was
His skull
a library named after my gut. Folds. I must admit, every time I do hear it, I think, oh, do you know what? That actually sounds really nice.
It does.
And if Ty shot his bolt over it, then
Well, he says he has, but you can never trust what Ty says because he lies all the time. He lies all the time. He does. He tells fibs. He lives in a council estate in Bradford. I keep telling you this. No one will believe me. In a maisonette.
It's a gated council house in Bradford.
Well,
Well, it's got bars on the
locked
window.
up.
Well, I use the word gate. It's more barricaded, I think is the word.
Barricaded, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in a crack house in a maisonette in Bradford, cuckooing
Yeah.
elderly citizens. That's Ty for you. That's the he can come on here and say otherwise, but that's what I believe.
Oh, it's
to
now
be
officially raining. It took all day to get round to it.
I've been raining here.
Oh, it's
Been
been
raining here for ages.
pissing down all afternoon here.
Bradford,
It was
I rave.
lovely all day this evening. It's just
Yes,
decided.
hello. Hello, I'm your local drug dealer here in Bradford on Avon. Marvellous. I'm just tipping my my lovely hat too.
Yes, we've got them all here, you know. Uppies, downies.
I can hide marijuana all over my tweed. I can. It's a marvellous thing. Only I knew what it was.
Oh, don't know if it was grass cuttings.
And he's Ty is tone deaf. Yeah, he can't play. He's tone deaf. Yeah, all of that. It's all true. It's all true.
Yeah, but it hasn't made him come in.
And he's
You
got
know
a
he is.
second-hand Ford Fiesta. That's the only car he has, and he shares it with 3 other drug dealers. That's I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. Ty can come on and tell you.
Time share Ford Fiesta.
Oh, I better not. He might not.
No, yeah, we will turn up screaming.
Case. All right, Ty, come on.
You just turn up and go, fuck off!
It's a little bit funny, that feeling inside a Ford Fiesta. Yeah, that's what it is. There we go. Melange. I'll have 10 grams of melange and get the blue eyes. Yes.
That's a French fruit drink, isn't it?
Excuse me.
So has anyone been tempted by any of the remaining stuff from
Dom.
the list.
If I had the money, I'd have bought that fucking
Yeah.
D50.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, money is a bit of an issue at the moment.
Well, I've just
550.
I've just spunked out a load on a Hydra, haven't I? So
I was looking. I must confess, at the Lexicon MX400 because that's quite a nice machine. But you need to have a lot of inputs and outputs to really make it work well. So
I think I've sold the Bastard. What is it?
Bastard. Alan Bastard.
It's a Behringer rep in his spare time.
What's it called again? Hang on a sec.
Ty, it was Matt
The
that started.
thermionic
It wasn't
fat
me. It was
bastard.
Matt. It was Matt. It was him. Matt started this. I was good about you the whole time. I said you're a stand-up guy doing an honest day's work in Bradford in the council estate. I said, but he, it was him.
Yeah, the thermionic fat bastard. It's called.
Oh, okay.
Thermionic fat bastard.
I think I've sold that.
It's my nickname for Fiona.
I don't know what it is, but the person who wants it says it's really nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's some sort of mixer or something. I don't know what it is.
There are some good items on there. Thing is, there's an MKS 80 on there that I was very tempted by because I love it, and mine got stolen. So it's $2,000, which is still a little rich. It's a little rich for me. It's not bad price for it now. But the MKS 80 is nothing without the MPG. You need the MPG to really make it the thing, and that's what I had, the whole bloody thing. And then it becomes useful. So I'm kind of a bit disappointed about that. Had an MKS 70, all right.
That's something I'm going to have to look into.
Were you hearing what I was hearing and thinking, where the fuck's that coming from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Right.
It's gone now.
it's
Yeah.
the
Bring it
bleed,
back.
CS bleed, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Bank A. Bank B. Bank A.
That's it.
Yeah.
You
Only
need
on
to get
Bank
that
A.
to attack.
Yeah. Anybody know good
Oh,
synth tech?
I don't know where we're going to find one of them. But I'll put it balanced in the
I'm one
middle.
now. I'm one now. I fixed the MIDI on my Juno.
Yeah. If any of you have got any technical requirements you need servicing, if any of you need servicing, go and see Robbie. He'll service you.
All I'll do is I'll bring my mains powered air duster,
Yeah.
and I'll wave it over your synthesizer, and it will be miraculously fixed.
Using Matt as a condom.
And when he says air duster,
Mains powered air.
he's
duster.
talking about his penis again.
Well, no, he's talking about his arse. I mean, it's hydrogen sulfide.
Oh, is it?
essentially.
Oh, okay.
It's
That looks like a burnt fish finger, I suppose.
a starfish. A rusty sheriff's badge. Apparently, I don't know. That's what I'm led to believe. I don't know.
Why am I laughing at that?
Well, we're 10.
I'm not.
What? Where?
Quite so, and that's the noise Matt's arse makes at the end of it. So go to Robbie for your tech needs, for your servicing.
I'll air dust the shit
For
out
all
of
your
the synthesizer.
anal needs. Yeah.
Anal beads.
Anal.
What a banker! Steve Elbows.
Oi, oi, oi. Oh, God, I'm going to have to brew one in a minute.
I've got one brewing at the moment. I'll let you know when you're coming.
Oh, you'll know.
So what did I
So the JX3P is still available with the Kiwi retrofit, isn't it? MIDI.
see? How much is that?
It's not cheap,
How much
but
is
it's
it?
not
I
expensive.
think the
Not cheap isn't
Kiwi.
a number. How much is it?
I can't tell because
it's,
I've not got
a
the
lot.
page open.
Because doesn't the Kiwi come with CC control over all the sliders?
No,
bit
it
messy
comes
if we did
with
that.
it comes with a furry husk and lots of pips.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's not good.
Oh, where's the bloody... Here you go. Here you go. Right.
Here we
Go on.
Right, let's have it.
JX3P with the Kiwi retrofit it's a mere 680 quid.
That is
Really?
a freaking
What was
steal.
that all?
608 for a JX3P with the Kiwi retrofit. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a
that's-
stupidly good deal.
Yeah, that's about 600 quid off at least. At least compared to what they have been going for.
And the D50 is 340. Even the Korg MS2000 is only 238.
You need to get them out
Yeah,
there more.
now that's a steal.
Yeah.
That
If you want a
is
KX88, it's KX88, which is serviced and has a new membrane on it, 272 quid.
Yeah.
So what else? The Mini Brute. I mean, the Arturia Mini Brute. It's
Yeah, that's-
170. There are some cheaper, I have to say. You can see them elsewhere cheaper than that. But
Well, adjustments
very
can
good
be
course.
made. But yes,
So
I agree
more
with half biscuit. It is a D50 is a steal, absolutely, all day long.
And that fat bastard is
340.
down to 221,
Mm.
which I think is what got my friend interested.
The MKS is about 500 quid. Yeah, it's more like 700 quid more than I'd be willing to pay for it at the moment. But it's still a steal. It is a steal if you got the money. But who's got the money at the moment? That's the thing. A KX88 for 272 quid. Flipping heck.
Still one of the best 88 key
Oh,
weights.
it's my favourite weighted keyboard still.
If
That
if
and
memory
the
serves,
RD1000,
half god.
the RD1000 piano and the MKV1000. Those are my two favourite keyboards, and I used to have both. In fact, I still do have both, but they're in someone's loft at the moment. So they are just brilliant to play.
I think half god. If memory serves, I believe the keys on the D50 are the same as the ones on the M1.
I don't think so,
Yeah.
because the ones on the M1 are the same as the ones on the DX7.
Yeah, that's a Yamaha keyboard.
Yeah, so I would.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yes.
So DX7.
Oh yes,
DX7
they are, aren't they? Yes,
yeah, the
you're right.
DX7
Yes.
keyboard went across.
So what am I thinking of?
T's.
M, the T's, the O and W's.
Yeah,
I would say all the way up to the Triton Extremes.
probably. Yes, they're definitely on the
Yeah.
Z1 as well.
Yeah. And I think, I could be wrong, but the Oasis 76.
That I don't
So
know.
things
Yeah, that was Yummy keys.
spring out for me are
So it would have been the
there's two,
M3 that Korg started doing their own proprietary action.
Yeah.
or I could carry on talking. There were two.
No, shut up.
It does, honestly. There are two quad 405 amps. Anyone that knows the quads, those are good amps for 109 each. That's stupid money.
Yeah, I
That's
remember the
really
days when they were a K.
I mean, the thing you also have to remember is that they're open to offers. Sophia wants this
Gone.
gone.
Yeah, just needs to go. She's got to sell
Slate
a house.
Raven
hasn't
MT1 Mark II.
she? Mm-hmm.
340 quid.
Oh God, do you know how much I paid for mine?
Yeah, I know. I know how much I got.
Didn't mind the software, just the monitor. Mind you, that is like having a 27-inch iPad. It's fucking glorious. It really is.
Oh, the Raven? Yeah.
I love using that thing.
I know. I never really got on with it, but maybe it's time to, at that price.
The initial software that it came with was a nightmare, and all the panels were too big. They were taking up too much room, so you got very very little door, and lots of big control things that you didn't really need. They could have been quarter the size they were. It would have been more useful.
Yeah, I did a session, I think 2018, 2019, at a studio, probably about an hour from where I live, and the engineer had one. I asked him about it, and he said, well, it lagged a little bit from, moving it. But he said, he barely even touched it.
It's a 500, 600 quid control surface, multi-touch.
Yeah.
Works better on Mac than it does on Windows.
Yeah, Windows, I didn't enjoy it. And the reason I got it originally was because I was using Sonar, and Sonar was purposely built so that you could use touchscreen controllers. It was a really good thing. That's why I really like that about it.
Yeah.
But the Raven didn't really work.
I found it worked brilliant for using Lightwave. It really worked well for that.
It worked okay, but it ended up slowing me down more than it did speeding me up.
Yeah.
And when I got rid of it and got a couple of desks and some other controllers, it all worked out, for the same, just doing almost a straight swap, I ended up with a much better workflow. So, but Transient Designer 272, SPL's Transient Designer.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad, but you have to have a studio where you're going to use that kind of outboard. But it's not bad at all.
I think the best control I've ever had for Cubase was the C2C.
Kit back there.
C2C?
Yeah. Remember that metal one there? It's with a motorised slider, a jog wheel and a few buttons on it. And you could just whiz around the door with it.
Yeah.
Actually, you remember what the fuck was it? I did a review of it. The Akai DPS 24.
Yeah.
The hard disk recorder.
Yeah.
You could set that up so it could act as a controller for other things. I used that with Cubase for a brief amount of time. It was snappy as hell. Really, really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
I took to the C2C because it was like, although there wasn't many controls on it, it covered everything. You could just zip around with it. It was just brilliant. Didn't have to even go near a mouse half the time.
What's a Squarp Hermod?
Sounds painful.
Is that modular?
Synth leaning up on the wall. That's the Keylab 61 Mark II.
Okay. So I'm just looking at some of this and thinking, I can put this through the business, couldn't I?
There's an NT2 mic here, which is good. Not the NT2A. I bought one. I bought the Valve version with the big power supply, which is sitting with Ty at the moment in his council flat in Bradford.
Which in the back of the Fiesta.
Pick up at some point.
Being towed by the Range Rover.
Novation Launchpad at 68 quid. That's great.
I wonder if I made an offer on the JX3P, the D50, and the Mini Brute.
Right.
I could put that through the business.
Could.
We'll check with Halfgod and just make sure it's not one of the two he was after.
Yeah, I gotta say, getting my Fader Port 16 was a huge step up from with working with Studio One. I really like this controller.
Yes, they are pretty good too. Thing is, I just prefer he was still alive using them. To be honest.
Yeah, quite.
Fuck's sake.
Does feel a bit ghoulish, sort of circling like vultures. But
well, yes and
the
no.
other side is this is all going to.
Yeah, it's doing them the power of good. Because they do have to let the house go.
Shit. I have just seen. I've just realised what they are. I couldn't work out what they were. Oh, yeah, still quite expensive. But Jesus. 2 Neve 8816s, and they're the summing mixers, 16-channel summing mixers. But they're 1,200 quid. Jesus, each.
Well, 1,200 quid and the word Neve in the same sentence is normally a bargain.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing that I've for years.
Add an extra zero, and then you'll be in the ballpark.
People have said how good they are, but I've never got on with the Neve sound. Never. I think it's
not for everybody.
I understand that it's good. He's got APIs there as well. The APIs are really good, but I've never really quite understood the Neve sound. Maybe I'm old enough now to play with them and just go that much.
Don't know.
I was never. I always thought it was Emperor's New Clothes, but clearly it's not because so many people.
Well, it's like that Helium desk that Tiny's got. It does have Neve preamps, preamp mics in it. Pre-mic
Their
amps.
preamps are great.
And they work well, and they are second to none. And that Helios desk is better for them.
The Neve preamps, mic preamps, are they and the Massenbergs, the Massenberg pre's, are the best in the world. Just you take any mic, U87s I always thought were grossly overrated, till I heard one through a Massenberg mic pre, and you just go flipping heck, that's a different mic. Astonishing.
Yeah.
What else is there? API that you need to have.
I might have to have a word with Ty.
Yeah. Studio Logic SL 990. Now that's a great keyboard, but it's got a 40 pitch bend. Not hard to fix, is it?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
Depends what's wrong with it. I mean, if there's there was a small fire, yeah, it might be a problem. But normally it's just that they snapped off or something.
It snapped off. Maybe the pot needs to be replaced.
Yeah, or cleaning.
Yeah.
Just don't know.
Maybe someone struck it with a Star Wars laser. And it's been sliced. It's
been happening.
It can happen.
Yeah, it's happening.
It can happen when the Death Star's nearby, and you don't know until it's too late. Do you?
Yeah, this is the problem with
Look
it.
at Alderaan. You can't, can you? That's yeah.
Well, you can, because Alderaan's still going. It's Alderaan that got it.
Some people think I make this stuff up.
I'll just take my nerd cap off. I'm sorry, if you're not going to pronounce it properly.
We were watching The Acolyte last night, episode 3, and my son starts spouting off something that, something to do with the Star Wars universe, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. Just let me enjoy the show.
Shut up, I'm going to be a dad.
I don't care
Fuck
whether
you,
that
fuck
character appeared in the animated bollocks, this and that and the other. Just
Shut up and let me watch it.
I must say, though, The Acolyte is shaping up to be rather good.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Definitely one of the better ones. The
I
fact
may lend it some time at some point, but I'm pretty much I'm done with the whole spin-off thing, to be honest.
No, I give because this is 200 years before New Hope, so there's nothing to do with anything else.
So it's a period drama.
It's a Star Wars period drama. Yes.
God, as if there wasn't enough of them.
No, it's good.
So it's all laser fans and frilly skirts, is it?
Yeah. Oh my.
Oh my, I'm feeling awfully hot here. On Tatooine. Tatooine. Yeah, they changed it because it used to be Tatooine, and now they go Tatooine. You started saying that after the third film.
I've always said Tatooine.
No, they used to say Tatooine back in the day.
Tatooine.
Tatooine.
Patatouine.
Algernon.
Patatouine. Where's my patatouine?
The destroyed planet of Algernon.
Algernon, it's like broccoli, only with patatouines. Roast patatouines. Mashed patatouines.
You rather choose another target? A military target? Weren't you in Doctor Who? Shut up.
Yeah.
Were you in Tortellini? Tattuornini? Robbie, would you care to comment?
No.
Okay.
Playing with my pussy.
You probably
Korg MS 2000
again.
for 238.
You probably didn't recognise that as Italian anyway.
That's a steal. That is a steal. Yeah. There's still some good stuff. I mean, even the JP08. The
Hey.
JP08s. Hello, Kitkin.
No, stay.
Angela Rayner at night time.
Oh, look. Oh, little one. She's dwarf.
Yeah. Fuck off.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what he does every single time,
Yeah.
isn't it? So like, nah,
She's not
nah,
a cuddly cat.
don't do cuddles. Fuck off.
She'll come and buff the shit out of you.
Because she wants something.
Well,
Yeah.
no, yeah, she just wants love. But then if you pick her up, she says, no, I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
Yes. We had a little black cat. What was his name?
See, the JP08s.
Buds.
That's
Buddy.
kind of about £8 below the kind of going price for second-hand
awful.
ones.
They are awful.
272. So if they were to offer a, I can't remember. Do the boutique synths
Boutique.
daisy chain?
Polychain, you mean?
Polychain, yes.
Yeah, the only way you can
Yeah.
get a JP08 to actually sound like the thing it's supposed to sound like is to buy 2 of them in polychain.
Yeah.
Because they're 4-voice.
Yeah.
So you can polychain them.
Yes. In fact, the instruction manual says, for the full Jupiter 8 experience, why not buy another JP08 and polychain it? No, mate, because I just bought this JP08 thinking it was a fucking Jupiter 8 replica.
So
But it's only got
at
half
the
the fucking voices.
There's a JP04.
Yeah,
So
it's a
at the
JP04.
moment, then, it's £544 for a Jupiter 8 module
Kind of.
because
Yeah.
there's 2 of them. So
Give
I mean
or
that's not a bad price, but you
Well,
can
it's
get.
Put it this way, it's 32,500 for an actual Jupiter 8. So
Exactly.
I'd rather have an MKS80. Still, I would rather
Need
have
4 to get both players.
Sonically, I'd prefer to have an MKS80 with an MPG 80 than having a Jupiter 8. And I love the Jupiter 8s, but I prefer the MKS80.
mind you, a lot of the JP8 was looks, to be honest.
Yeah,
Does look.
I know it's
fucking
it
It
was a
looked
good.
It's
The
perfectly
controllers on it
designed.
were great. I loved
Yeah.
they worked really well. So sound design on them was really good. But I preferred the MKS80. Preferred the sound of it.
Ask me 20, 30 years ago, and I'd have said Jupiter 8 every fucking day of the week. Right now, Jupiter 6.
Yeah.
Jupiter 6 is great. I think is.
Never
I
really
prefer-
wanted the
thinking-
6.
Is-
The 6 sounds different.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
does. The 80 sounds more like the 6 than it does the 8.
Yeah.
For my
Well,
money.
I mean,
The cross mod and everything else, it sounds much more like the 6.
well, the Jupiter 6 is Curtis. So.
Yeah.
I thank you. Oh no, Curtis, not Curtsy. Sorry.
No, Curtis. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought wasn't the MKS80 Curtis as well?
Yeah. Or some were.
Somewhere there was the Mark.
Some
4
were,
and the
and
Mark
some
5.
were Roland Custom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't remember which one I had.
I'm
just
trying to
know I
remember
loved it.
what the code for the differentiation between the two was. It's gone. It's been so long since I've worked on an MKS80.
They were really well built.
Yeah. But then most rack units of that ilk were.
They had elks
Oh yeah.
and mooses,
My
caribou.
name is Anne Elk, and
Ever
my theory-
brushing them
My
off.
theory is this. Brontosaurus is very small at one end, much bigger in the middle, and very small at the other end. That is my theory, what it is.
My
And that
name
is
is
mine. That is
Anne
mine.
Elk Miz. This is my theory.
Please shut up. Shut up. Please shut up.
So the JP08s, they are tempting. They are tempting.
I had one for review, and I couldn't send it back fast enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
A, it was 4-voice.
yeah, but if you get 2, then it's not.
Yeah, but... Yeah.
It's double the price.
On the box, there's a picture of the Jupiter 8, and it talks all about the Jupiter 8, and then you get it, and you open it up, and it's 4 voices, and they sound Jupiter 8 like, but also 20mm throw faders.
Yeah.
With about 5mm between each.
Detail.
You can't. Yeah, that's the thing. It's. I was.
And that's the thing about the JPA. It was all about the nuance.
Yeah, I mean, you go through the presets. You go, yeah, that sounds nice as long as you don't play, anything more than 4 notes. Yeah, but if you start, maybe it's a good thing.
Kind of reflected in the price. Come on.
It didn't meet my expectations.
Yeah.
So.
Half god, half beast. Get 2 and you still only have 1 layer. Jupiter 8 had 2 layers.
Yeah, but Jupiter 8 was only 8 voice.
Yeah, it was 8 voice, so
the 2 layers were 4 voices.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whether you layer them or split them.
Yeah.
You don't need 4, you need 2.
Always 4 voices anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was only keyboard split. Wasn't on top of each other.
Yeah.
Could it not layer?
No.
Now, didn't it have a way to allocate the voices? So, like 2 voices on the lower side, 6 on the top. Yeah.
Because the actual architecture was 4 voices on the voice board, a module controller board, and then another 4 voice board underneath with another module controller board, all running off of one computer.
Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking of a different.
So they followed the architecture. It's only half, but it's only half the synth technically.
I'm thinking of a different synth then.
No,
my Akai AX60 used to be able to do that. It was a 6 voice, but if you put it in split mode, you could set it to 2 voices down here, 4 voices up here, or you could swap it, like 4 down here, 2 up here. So you had a way to do that.
With the MKS80 and the MPG80, you could do exactly the same as the Jupiter 8. The difference was you could also have your DX5 and your D550 and all the other things plugged in, and it looked cool as fuck. It just looked great. It looked really good.
Mind you, the pricing of these JP08s or whatever they call them,
JP08
compared to an actual JP8, I mean, you can buy 12 of them.
Yeah.
Put them all together.
Polychain them.
You could go to town with the sound.
I've always liked the System 8. But there's something about it that's not quite.
I don't like the way it looks like a TR8.
Yeah.
I really don't like it. I don't like that green. Not a massive fan of it at all. Yeah. I don't know why. It's just one of those things. It's just sort of like, ugh. It's too Christmas tree for my liking.
Yeah.
I like a bit of subtle where possible. They sound nice, but
hang on. So Kent, did you just say I like to be subtle?
No, I like them to be subtle.
Oh,
not
right,
me.
Right. Oh, my heart's returned back to normal now.
I'm as subtle as a car accident. Come on.
My heart's just returned to its normal 180 beats a second, and that's fine. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, look, even Matt don't like the green on them.
Yeah. Now, what about the JDXA? It's red.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a little Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Still a little flashy.
The JD800 still. I still like the JD800. It's a lovely machine. Good machine.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you see these people's studios laid out, and they got all this more modern equipment and everything like that, and there's lots of it.
You mean 30 years old as opposed to 40?
Yeah, well, and it does. It looks like a sort of like a fuck fest in an LED factory. It's just colours and lights flashing all over.
You heard it here, folks.
But it does. It's sort of like, what the hell is going on? It's like trying to play a migraine. It's
pretty much
fucking awful. I mean, I like LED, lights and stuff as well, but it's just too many colours. It's too much going on. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, you say that now, but you love going to Pride marches. I know it's the only time you go out. I know.
Yeah, all day,
you
mate.
like a bit of colour.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, how do you feel about the LEDs on the M8X?
Yeah, but it's done more subtly. They're not flashing. They're not going mental, and it's a nice colour combo.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it works.
That's okay.
Well, especially if you get it on a dark stage, you can still see where everything is.
Yeah.
I think Yamaha got it right with that.
Yeah.
Are you still pushing the dark stage thing, Justin? Are you?
Yes.
The dark
Because
stage
I happen
thing.
to have a dark stage, at the other end of the room.
Yeah, you say that. We can't see it. Doesn't
but I
look
mean,
dark to me.
it's
Doesn't
like
look dark. I don't believe you. I don't
It's like
think
this
dark
girl
at all.
here. I mean, there isn't. I think is there any? Yeah,
No,
I
it's
think
not
there's
dark.
I think there's 2 buttons on it that don't light up out of all the buttons. But you
Wait
got
till
that,
about 9 o'clock at night.
so you got the light blue and you got the sort of like light orange, and that's it.
Yep.
And that's enough. That's cool. That's fine. Even though there's lots of lights, but they're not all going fucking at you all the time.
No, and they change depending on what layer you're editing, right?
Exactly. So
That's all you
but
need them to do.
They've seen some of the hardware jams, and there's so many lights. I'm going, Jesus Christ, I don't know what is what anymore. I can't differentiate between one machine and the next. But that's me because I'm an old bastard.
Yeah, you are. I'm going to change the colours on this, I think, because I'm done to death with this red and pink. What should we do instead?
Black
Could do black. Yeah, that'll work.
should be interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, turn off Vegas mode.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey.
Right. Or purple, blue. We could go blue. We've not got blue from Robbie, so I feel like.
Oh, you want a Christmas tree? My Behringer 2600 on top of my Behringer Odyssey. I actually did that once during a Christmas show. But again, the LEDs, the colors of them mean something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in fairness,
And
up
I
to
can
600,
yeah.
got one light.
Yeah.
And it's to go, you are on.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, you can do the
Oh,
same
my-
thing on the Behringers. You can even shut them off.
All you need now is a husky.
All right.
You look like you're in the bloody Arctic up there, yeah?
With the Behringers, you could burn them. You could do that. I don't know. It's just a thought.
No, they're all
Could-
right keyboards. It's just that the company, the bloke that runs the company is a bit of a fucking wank.
I didn't say you couldn't also burn any other keyboard or any other brand, but I just mentioned.
Depends on how much money you want to lose.
You could burn a Behringer or a Genos too, but
Or a Timberwolf.
Oh yeah, Vegas
Yeah,
Smoke and the Hydra.
a
Jesus.
Timbri Wolf. Yeah, you could. What was that favourite of ours? The plank of wood.
Yeah, the plank of, that'll
Ah.
burn beautifully.
Yeah, the strings will hang around a bit, but that main body will go quick enough.
GDXI does, yeah.
I think I feel a coffee coming on. Yep, here it comes. Right, off we go.
Excuse me.
Have a banana.
I was going to test something,
Go on.
so I'm going to just switch. Right. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
No.
But there's an
there's
echo.
an echo. There's an echo.
Now you get an echo, so why am I getting... Why do I get an
One.
Echo's gone.
Yeah,
The
the
echo's
echo's
gone.
Speaking of Vegas mode, do you finally have a proper Vegas mode device? I do, Kosh. I do have a Vegas mode device. It's the Drum Brute Impact.
I've got one too, that Keylab.
Keylab.
Oh, yeah, my Keylab.
My
The
61
little
Mark
thing that
II.
I've got, that's got a Vegas mode, but it's not a very good Vegas mode.
Yeah, no.
But the Drum Brute Impact has got full-on Vegas mode. And that's it. Yeah. Oh, and the Hydra Synth.
Yeah.
But nothing else does. I mean, the Polybrute's Vegas mode is 4 lights. And it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Does the Astrolab? I can't remember. I can't remember the Astrolab.
Anything cool? Anything cool?
Do you know what I forgot? The other day, I had this little thing. I go, oh yeah, I've got an Astrolab because I kind of forgot about it because I've been doing so many other things. I forgot I got a fucking Astrolab. God, what outputs does the Impact lack? So the Impact has...
There are holes in the back, and that's where you output stuff. That's a hole.
So the Impact has a mono output combined, or you can have individual outputs for the kick, the snare, the hi-hats, and the FM drum. And I am led to believe that the snare individual out covers both snare 1 and snare 2, and the hi-hats individual out covers the closed and open. But there's basically 4 individual outs on the mini brute. On the drum brute Impact.
But they're all holes.
They're all 3.5 mil.
So I wasn't lying. You know, you're trying to make me seem like a fool.
I don't have to try to do that.
Oh no, that's true. Yeah. I forgot that. Sorry. Ros, I think you may find you're the second member.
Oh yeah, Cosso's stereo 3.5 mil, so they need a split.
All right, you can be the first member. I'll be the second, or the chair. Who knows? What? I know the Penguin of Death is the chair. You're quite right. I feel so silly now.
Right, let me leave the Astro Lab alone and see if it goes into a Vegas mode. I honestly can't remember.
Who did what?
Somebody was asking if the Astro Lab had a Vegas mode, and I can't remember. So
No.
I'll just turn it on and leave it for a while. I don't think it does. I don't remember seeing it do it.
What's up, Itchy? Hey. Right, madam.
Still use the E4 for all the separate outs for drums and things.
Akai 6000.
E4 Ultra.
Food mixer.
Akai 6000.
E4 Ultra.
All artillery has Vegas mode if you don't turn it off. No. Polybrute has, well, if you can call it Vegas mode. Can you see what it's doing behind me? It's currently in its Vegas mode. Can you see that?
Okay.
There are 4 large buttons next to the matrix, and they just go up and down. And and the logo on the Morphe pad pulses.
Right.
That's not Vegas mode.
No.
That's cheap.
Blackpool.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blackpool.
That's Atlantic City mode.
That's
Western
more like
Super Rare mode. That
Walton
is.
on the Naze mode.
Yeah.
Walton
on the Naze. I know Walton on the Naze. That's a big Christmas for Walton on the Naze.
Do you know what? They're going to start adding that to plugins eventually. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
What's that? Walton on the Naze.
Vegas mode.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, that's... So apart from the Hydrosynth and these drum brews.
I don't. Does the M8X have a Vegas mode that you can
does
slip
not.
into?
No,
I'm
not
very
I've
Other
seen.
than the super knob.
Other than
Yeah.
pardon.
Other than what the super knob does.
I
Yeah.
beg your pardon.
Big dick
Throbs.
goes round.
Oh, the big dick.
Throbs.
Right, the big dick goes. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'll translate.
this.
Had to translate that into English. Sorry.
What is that? What is that, Justin?
It is called a super knob, or that's what Yamaha calls it.
It's the big dick. We know that. Super knob. I don't know.
Yes, Man with Beard, it is a lovely, lovely, lovely thing. No, Astrolab's not doing anything yet.
No. Well, that's no fun. Oh, mother.
The funny thing is, the Vegas mode kind of taps into one of the things that people of a certain age
Yes,
one of the
dear.
things we got. One of the things we got into synths for, one of the reasons, aside from the influential albums and the sounds and everything else, was we all read Dan
Pussy.
Dare or something like it. And we had that idea of all those knobs and sliders and lights looking like Doctor Who or Dan Dare or something.
Yeah.
It's just brilliant. We love that. We absolutely adore it.
Mm.
Robbie's looking very, very cynical about the whole thing.
When did
I wasn't
actually
listening, sorry.
playing synthesizer stop being so... You were weird and nerdy if you played synthesizers.
And then it became either cerebral or preset-y. It's just another, it's just another thing. They went from being the most
I think, actually, I
incredible-
can tell you when it happened. It happened when the people that used to call you weird and nerdy met up with the actual music in the mainstream.
I think it happened when the DX7 happened.
Yeah.
Around that time, definitely,
Yeah,
when
7.
every other record was synth-based. You know?
Before that, when you were using synths, every record that had a synth on it had a unique sound because they were all crafted, right?
Yeah.
As soon as the DX and all those programmable things came out, suddenly lots of people sounded. There's lots of the same sound being played in the same kind of way,
Yeah.
or not. But it made it accessible to everyone. So, and it's actually only the advent of modular that's really brought back that understanding of that uniqueness. And there's that whole new sort of synth wave thing that's going on where people are rediscovering that whole area of synthesis. It's a really interesting idea. Actually.
Yeah, but it was also a time when it was really naff and uncool. I mean, for
even-
instance,
Go on.
yeah, there's an album called Moog Party Time.
Moog Party Time.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere because it has Moog on it. But basically what it is contemporary songs of the day, but instead of having lyrics, there would be a mini-mo playing the lead. And all the other instruments were conventional. And it was done in a very... what's the word? Cringy kind of jazzy way. And it was a dreadful album.
And it was the way that, it's just a way of using the technology to do something quickly and easily, because you could.
Yeah, basically. And it would always be these, cheap old bloody, Ronco label
Do you
type.
remember the Moog Opus 3, was it? Or Opus?
No, but I remember the Moog Opus 3.
Moog, sorry,
Yeah,
Moog.
I remember the Moog.
What did I call it?
Well, back then they were Moogs.
Yeah.
Back when they were Moog.
Ronco,
Moog,
probably
Moog.
K-Tel or what's that other label?
I remember.
Music for Pleasure.
I remember
Ronco.
hearing that.
Yeah.
Ronco.
Ronco, yeah.
Ronco, yeah, it was definitely something like Ronco, K-Tel and stuff like that. Yeah.
I remember
awful
someone
albums.
bringing one of those, the Opus, in to the studio to overdub a classical something that had been done, or a jazz something, I can't remember exactly. But there was a horn part, and he just sort of got to where the horn part was, and I had to go backwards and forwards through the tape to get roughly the section where there was a bum note, and he'd just sort of twiddle with it a little bit, and he got it sounding really close, and he just went, yeah, punch in there. Perfect. At that point I went, now it's a tool for knobs. But it's a really good tool. It's a really,
But
really good
every
tool.
emerging technology, particularly with synthesizers, is always treated as somewhat of a novelty to start with. Because,
Oh God, yeah.
You know, when the Mini Moog came out, all of a sudden, everyone, lots of people could get a Mini Moog. And what do? Well, we'll just, like you say, substitute the lyric line with a Mini Moog, or we'll do something else with the Mini Moog. When sampling came along, you know, it was, you know, for a very brief moment to start with, it was being used creatively, and then all of a sudden somebody went, oh look, I can make somebody sound like a chipmunk, or I can have them stutter, go you know, 19, and so I think Peter Gabriel said back then that Paul Hardcastle's 19 had set the art of sampling back by a decade, because all people wanted to do was just take things and go
I should be so lucky. La 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 la.
Well, funny enough, one of the areas that really put the Moog, the Mini Moog, on the map properly as a serious instrument was the funk neck of the woods. When they started using them for bass and stuff like that, they really started to, people's ears would prick up.
Bernie Worrell and all that.
Exactly so. But I must admit, every now and again, these gems would just occur. You know, Tomita releases Snowflakes Are Dancing, but it still didn't make mainstream.
No,
I mean,
so
you could throw a brick into an audience and you wouldn't hit anybody who's ever heard.
The first
Tomita
time I
back
heard
then.
Tomita was Dave Lee Travis on a Sunday morning
Yeah.
had a feature where he used arabesque as a bed. And I remember lying in bed, you know, I used to listen to it in the mornings on a Sunday, lying in bed, 70-something, whatever it was, and you hear this, and it sounded like a fucking novelty record, and that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
And it was only some years later when I discovered the album, I was going, oh my God, that's the track that fucking Dave Lee Travis used to use as a bed for some crass feature that he had on his show. And he wasn't the only one. You know, they all were using those, you know, some were using bits of Switched on Bach or Tomita or Jar or something as musical beds.
Yeah.
Because it was novel, you know.
Yeah. I
and,
mean, the guy who really put Tomita on the map for people in the UK was Kenny Everett on his radio show.
Yeah.
He used to use it all the time for idents and stuff like that. But even then, synth was still nerdy and a bit. What's the word? It was a fun thing.
You couldn't take it seriously. It was a
and then
serious like a guitar.
Yeah, I mean, it started to get there obviously with Oxygen. Helped big time. Vangelis round about 77, 78. It was also helped, but then still it was niche. It became much more mainstream with Waterworlds.
Human League and Gary.
Yeah, this is after. Yeah, this was after that really, when the influences really started to take over. So once you got League, Depeche, Soft Cell and stuff like that, then it was big time. But I think there's about another 12, 18 months to go before they really hit hard. And then the 80s was just absolutely just synth fest. Of like, if it didn't have a synth on it, it was weird.
Yeah.
But there was always this.
Like STS
Well, I
5
always
drums as well.
I always perceived that a lot of people looked at bands with synthesizers in or electronic music as cheating.
Yeah, I know.
There is this, and it's, even to this day, there are still people that think, oh yeah, if you make electronic music, you get a laptop and you press play, and it does it all for you. But even back then, in the early 80s, when people were talking about all these wonderful musical marvels, all this technological stuff that was, creating all these weird and wonderful sounds, that it was all that humans were doing were like, pressing a button, and then the computer was doing it all, which was absolutely, the complete opposite of that.
Oh yeah.
Is it Alan Wilder did Depeche Mode? Alan,
You did
Alan,
Depeche Mode, yeah.
Yeah, like Depeche
Sorry,
Mode.
I'm being cunt. So.
That's 4 now.
Yeah. Yeah, he also used a lot of mini Moogs. But the thing is, and ARPs, the thing is that...
What, harps?
No, he didn't use a harp, no. But the thing is, he was doing one of the Depeche Mode
Depeche
albums
Mode, yeah.
at the church studios where I was working at the time, or based out of. And I walked into the studio one day, and he had all this shit set up, and there were cables everywhere. And I remember just turning around to him and I said, "What's the biggest issue? What's your thing with this? What's the worst thing about this?" And he said, "Sync. Just trying to sync it all so that all the clocks run well and do all this stuff across all these different instruments, all of which use different control voltages, and just trying to fine tune all of that so that it all works. But when it works, it's amazing." And I just remember him running up a couple of things, and I just went, Jesus, wow.
And then MIDI happened.
No, this is way after MIDI. I was one of the MIDI pioneers. I was one of the first to use MIDI. I used to think in hex. So, but this was doing it the other way, because MIDI was never that tight. That's the problem. MIDI was never that tight.
We found that out when we got DX7.
Yeah. When you're doing lots of sequences, lots of monophonic sequences all running together, if you're using MIDI to do it, you end up with all sorts of timing issues, which are just really weird. Just you have to work out delays and things. With analog, it just worked when it worked, but you had to work really hard, and people don't ever see, and why would they? Most people that listen to this stuff would never see that whole thing with timing and sync pulses and SMPTE code and whatever, just getting the stuff to run in time, let alone the notes and then all the other stuff, and as the room warms up, the filters and the tuning going for a walk, all of that stuff.
It's funny because when I was younger, people were saying about, we play synthesizers and it's not really playing, it's cheating and all this sort of thing. And it winds you up.
Musicians, then.
All that cobblers, right? But then as I got older, I realised that what was more important is their opinion didn't matter.
Exactly.
And it was just like, it's just like piano. Go, yeah, it is, mate. Yeah. Walk on. Maybe set fire to their car later or something. But it's just like, yeah, you think what you want. It's cool. It doesn't change it. It doesn't change what it is. Doesn't matter.
Still a cunt.
Yeah, it's still a cunt. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it was weird because it's like when Simmons hit, and then nearly every other band suddenly had hexagonal pads on the stage and go, here we go.
Oh, God,
here we go.
That period. I so hated that period. Just give me real drums.
Fairlight comes out and you'd see all the big bands with the Fairlights. And it didn't matter whether the Fairlight was used on the record or not. It just said, we're a successful band.
It's all about
or a synth
How many times do you see a band on Top of the Pops mime into a song and the drummer's playing a Simmons kit, but the drums on the record are acoustic drums?
Acoustic drums, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You go, God, don't those drums sound good? And you go into the shop and you go, fucking hell, where's the real drum mode?
I remember a session where someone rigged up an SDS5, I think it was, or SDS7, and they were using the sound from that through some sort of, I can't remember what the trigger device was, to then trigger a Fairlight to play the samples.
Right.
And the samples are all acoustic stuff.
Yeah.
And I just remember watching this and saying, very helpfully, saying, why don't you just get a real drum kit and a drummer? What? Why?
Yeah, but it's the control. You see,
yeah, it was all about about doing it that way. Yeah.
When Mutt Lange was doing Pyromania, and then then subsequently Hysteria, he used a Series 2 on Pyromania and a Series 3 on Hysteria. All of the drums came out of the Fairlight, and it wasn't necessarily because of the sound. It was because of the absolute control he could exert on every single aspect of the kit, individually, without any crosstalk and bleed or anything like that. So, you know, I mean, I'd love to know. I'd love to speak to Rick Allen and find out exactly what he did in the studio, because all the drums on both those heavy metal albums, let's put, you know, or rock albums, maybe not heavy.
Yeah,
but they were all fucking Fairlights.
Yeah.
All the drums were Fairlight.
Well, you see, miking up a set of drums, it can be troublesome.
Exactly.
It's a real pain in the arse, and you have to work hard at it. You know, you end up with phase issues with different mics and things, which is why I ended up using a sound.
Now, if you can have the drum samples coming into the mixer, ideally, each drum on a separate track as well. It's I
did that though.
Well, there you go. There you go.
I had lots of drum machines and lots of other things working, and I'd spend hours just EQing snares and kicks and hi-hats and stuff. And in the end, it was kind of, I discovered that, and then I'd start bringing in drummers to play the hi-hats and the cymbals because it made it feel real. And then I just went, why am I even doing the electronic stuff? And it was useful for demos and for some tracks. It was really useful, but I far prefer the performance of a real drummer with a kit he knows. It's a bit like, it's a bit like the bass thing where, for years now, if someone's coming in to play bass, I don't DI. I won't DI a bass. I'll give them a really good bass rig, or they'll bring one in and their pedals and whatever, and that's what I'll record. I'll take a split out, so I have a DI just in case. But I almost always end up using their sound because they're playing what they know to the track, and they're all the dynamics of it are configured to the track as they're hearing it. So I've just got to give them a halfway decent mix. Yeah. And it works. It just works.
It's like old Mr. Hilton. He tells that story, or he's told me the story anyway, about when he was producing Diana Ross.
He produced Diana Ross?
Yeah, he was doing it was around about the 2000s. He was doing an album.
He put a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then he stirred it and he produced.
Yeah. And they're talking about they were trying to get this rhythm on this track, and they were trying different samples, they were trying different drum setups and stuff like that, and it wasn't working. And in the end, what he did is he went into the recording room with them, and he played the bar stool with his hands, and it sounded great. But apparently there was some sort of problem with Dana Ross because she was losing it by then. I don't think the album ever came out, but
yeah. Dead Man Walking mentioned a little earlier, quite a while ago now, if I can find it. He mentioned that, there we go, for the MKS-80, Roland had ordered 25,000 pieces of the CEM 3340s when Doug Curtis was about to ship. They didn't want them because they'd made their own clone. Doug Curtis was not happy, but they did use them in a lot of different things, didn't they?
They used them in later ones in the MKS-80s anyway.
Yeah.
Because you got is it the later one? Yeah, I think it's the later ones do have 3340s.
Yeah.
And of course they're the ones that are easy to repair now.
And the Jupiter 6, of course.
Yeah, the Jupiter 6 was nearly all Curtis based.
And what was the other thing that followed that came after that? Oh God.
Well, it's definitely 3340s.
Was the JX3P a 3340?
Oh God, now you're asking. I'm trying to remember now.
Oh man.
Or sometimes they'd go for a filter but not the VCO and things like that. Or they they go VCOs but not the filters.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say about drum miking, and I do it all the time, it has to start with the kit. Kit's got to be tuned right. Got to have the right heads, the right cymbals.
Oh, do you tune kits?
I do.
What do you let when you get a drummer in, do you say set it up and do it how you want it and see how they get on?
I want to hear the drum kit in the room and hear how they play it, because I want to hear them on their own kit And then acoustically, if I can get the kit to sound right in the room, then I know it's going to sound okay. I should be able to put just one microphone over the top of the kit. And if everything is dialed in right, and if he's playing nice and balanced, it should sound okay. And then I'm off, to a good start, and then I can start miking the kit up. I don't mic top and bottom. I hate doing that. I just mic the tops, and then I mic the overheads. And then in this room, I'll take some mics about 70 feet back and about 10 feet up and get the whole room too. Yes, you do get phase issues, but again, the overall picture, if I can't hear any of that stuff on, like, say, if you're just doing a session where you're just getting drum sounds, if I don't hear any of that stuff, then I'm pretty good.
I think the thing with that is if you're in a space where you're using lots of mics, then if you're getting phase issues with mics that are further away, you can just work out whether or not you want the bass end in there or not. Because that's, and you can get rid of a lot of the phase issues. But that was why I used the sound field. The CalRec sound field meant that I could put it above the drummer or just in front of, just slightly in front of the kit and above. And I'd hear everything on the kit the way the drummer did. And then I'd just stuff a U47 and an RE20, something like that, into the kick drum. That was it. That was the whole thing. That was the whole thing. No mic, phase issues, and it sounded amazing.
So I just put one single mic on this kit that I have up here. There's just one, maybe about a 4-inch porthole for putting a mic in. Mic goes in about halfway, and it's a Behringer, C112, which is their D112 clone. It works for me, but I really would like to get the Sennheiser 902. On the inside of the kick drum, no muffling. So to get rid of that basketball sound, you just put a towel on the bottom of the kick drum. Don't let it touch either the back or the front head. And then to get the drum a little bit more quiet and a little more microphone friendly, paint can.
Well,
10-pound paint can. And I never record without it.
There's lots of ways of recording. Kick drums are kick drums and snares.
I'm not saying my way is right. I'm just saying, this is what I do.
Everyone has their own thing, and it works for whatever it works. Once you've got a solution that works for you, it works, right? For kick drums, it really does vary whether or not you're placing two mics in there, one outside, one inside.
Yeah.
What you're using to line the thing with. I actually quite like a little bit of ring from a kick drum.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can always gate that down. You can always, rather than gating out other stuff, you compress and gate down the actual sound of the ring. And it's a really good. Hello, we're getting some lovely echo here.
Oh, beautiful. Oh,
nice.
It's gone now. The resonant head on my bass drum is wide open. I like having that because if you also decide to take, say, an NS10 speaker, reverse wire it as like a sub kick, that resonance, from that head is what helps that.
And or if you're sticking it out through a speaker into another ambient space and trying to record that, it makes a huge difference. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
We've lost a lot of that kind of inventive. I can't afford a Lexicon 480. What can I do with the ambient space? Or just what can I do with the ambient space because it just sounds good.
Sometimes it's not about, the technology or the gear or the microphones. It's more about what the person can do with what they have. Like I've got mostly Behringer mics.
Well.
Oh, well, there that goes.
I've got mostly. Rob?
Yeah. Like sorry, this is a C1 condenser, and for $30 for a brand new mic, at least that's what I paid for it when I got it. I really like it.
What you're saying is you're a cheapskate.
Yes. Well, I'm also on disability, and I got to work with my income and work with what I got.
Oh, you see, now you're making excuses. Why haven't you got Neumann mics, original Neumann M50s and U49s and U67s everywhere?
All right, you ready for another excuse? I'm stuck in southern Maine. I haven't been to New York or LA and haven't really gotten into the scene. Nobody really knows, about what I do.
Well, we
other
do.
than people that, like, well,
we do, and we love it.
Thank you. Let me see if I can pull up before I've got to go get ready for practice and teach a band how to play. I got a session here that I can pull up really quickly. And I can. Where are you? Oh, that sounds good. Here we go. So while this loads up, what I'll do is I'll solo.
It's very nice, Kent.
Yeah. Is that the Hydra?
Yeah.
You're making me want one now.
Now? Only now?
Well, I'm selling the ODX, so.
Yeah, I've seen that's up there.
Yeah. That thing needs to. Sounds good. I can't stand the keypad.
Yeah.
I love the light action of this deluxe. Although the MAX is beautiful and everything, it is a heavier action. But obviously, well, it's going to be, isn't it? So.
You can't trill, but the touch on it.
Yeah, it is. I was surprised at how slow the action was.
It's really.
I was expecting it to be a little quicker than that.
But that said, the being able to play just really, really quiet. It's very good at very, very soft playing. It does that thing so well. So well.
There we go. So that was recorded in here.
Yes, the Hydra on our own.
Nice air.
Yep. So what you're hearing is this room. On that room.
Good room.
Yeah. So now if I unsolo the drum bus and I just solo the room mics. Where are you? There you are. So room left and room right.
Have you got any compression, EQ, or gating on those?
I've got a little bit of EQ, so let me bypass that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone roomy now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's where it doesn't get in the way of the kick drum, where I can get that to stand out more than I, take the low end out. Now if I add in, so those are the mics that are about 10 feet up and about 70 feet back, like in the back of the room. Now if I add in, I'll add in an XY position mic about halfway up the room. Those are them. Okay.
And have you tried taking a feed from the room mics,
Here's
taking it out, sticking it through a really, really heavy amount of compression to really squeeze it down, get the transients, and just get that draw out the room tone further.
Yep. Here's my overheads with nothing on it, no EQ, nothing. So those are the overheads.
That's nice. A lot of attack on that.
Yeah. Now if I give you the snare. So there's the snare.
Yeah, it's not great.
No. It's a lot of ring on it. But
No, it's just not very, very bright.
well, because once I add in all the processing, so there's some gating if I need to isolate it. One thing I never do is I never mic the bottom head. I just never liked it. And I will add the kick. So there's the kick and snare. Now I'll add it with the overheads. So that's a little bit of like the sounds that I can get in here.
The whole miking the bottom of a kit thing was always a bit of an odd one, and I've tried it without, and generally do it without. But occasionally there's a studio with a wooden floor or a stone floor.
Yeah.
Putting a mic or a PZM underneath the snare, as close
On
to
the
the center
floor.
underneath,
Yeah.
on the floor, and picking up the ring from there and the snare
Yeah.
from there. It just adds a certain something which you can dial in if you need to. It's a really good sound.
Yeah. I'd try it in here, but I don't have... I do have a wood floor, but I'd have to move a ton of chairs. But I just never liked it. I've never liked miking right, taking a 57 right to the bottom snare head.
No.
I've just found that really undynamic.
Yeah, it really is. It's just
There's
some white noise.
Well, there's certain situations where I might go ahead and do it, but I would only blend it in just ever so slightly. Like
And
if I was,
you actually don't want it tight up against it because
No,
you're
I want-
defeating the point. You want
Yeah.
to get it underneath if you're going to do it. But
yeah, I
place
want
it-
some air around it.
Yeah, exactly.
I
that.
want
You
it to
need air.
breathe. Is the
You
thing.
need air. Yeah.
We all need air, otherwise, we can't really breathe. All right.
Can I let my breath out yet, Ken?
Yes.
Yeah, and you can now.
Yeah.
All right. I got to pull an E in and get ready for a band practice and teach a band how to actually play some music.
Steady.
I'm kidding.
Going for the
Was that
top
Ken
end.
to me?
All right.
Oh.
All right.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right.
care.
Take care, buddy.
God bless, mate. Bye.
Bye.
It's about 2 years now.
Yeah.
Yes. Not good. Not good.
So, ACO Head, was it ACO Head? Said deep snares, how low sounding or very full snare? Like low sounding or very full sounding. Generally speaking, deep snares, you're talking about a depth between the top skin and the bottom skin, and they can be quite deep or quite shallow, like almost like timbales, that
Well,
kind
yeah.
of thing. And the truth is, you can have a really deep snare with really tight skins on both ends, so it still sounds. It just becomes more resonant. As with every instrument, whatever you're recording or listening to, it's about how it's set up by the person playing it and how they react to it, and then how they deal with that. So, having a really deep snare,
Deep snare.
that's down to how you want to do it. Then it's an odd one. Floyd always liked that kind of deeper sounding snare. But it's any which way. The thing is to use your ears, like with all this stuff, with these things as well. Use your ears,
Yeah, oh yeah.
or in my case, my arse. I use my arse a lot. That's
Stereo ass.
Stereo arse.
Oh yeah.
That's the next album. Stereo arse. Blue waffles.
What? I didn't say anything. I said arse. That's all. What? What?
So here's another thing, ACO Head. I don't know what your first name is. I'm being a complete knob here. But the funny thing about drums is they have tuning points all round them, right? They have lots of different tuning. For a real snare, you tune them round. And generally speaking, people go for an even, try to get the tone the same all the way around, and then underneath, and they'll try and match, or they'll, offset the tuning or whatever. And that can make a huge difference. And when it's all the same, you get this zing, which is really nice. But you can also offset the tuning to get all sorts of slightly different sounds. And you kind of have to have played with them a lot to understand that that's an option and that it's a good thing, or can be, depending on what you're trying to do. You end up with some really odd sounds. And then where the drummers are playing and how hard, and whether or not they're playing at the edge, or you can tune for a rim shot, so that the rim shot is ringing on one particular edge and the rest of it is doing another thing. So there's all sorts of ways of tuning. There's all sorts of ways of tuning. It's not explored enough, but it's really good fun.
Something underneath it. Interesting. What is underneath that? Ah. Yes, I see.
I can confirm
Yes.
that the Astrolab doesn't have a Vegas mode.
Oh,
If it is,
okay.
I haven't turned it. Maybe there's an option. I don't know.
RTFM.
Manuals for pussies.
Was it pink? Pink is for casino managers' underpants.
Settings. General settings. Tempo limiters. USB, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth controls. Keyboard LEDs mode. Oh no, that's nothing to do with it. Okay. Nope.
That's not bad quartet. Oh,
Oh,
that's not bad quartet sound. What is that?
That is. Let me check where I based that. I made that one up.
Mate, you didn't heard it.
I love Andrew's microphone technique.
Yeah, shut up. I've got some thingies somewhere. I'll get them. I need to get more mics.
I need to get a new Lavalier.
I can't remember what it's based on. I'll have a look.
Here we go again.
Here he goes.
Every day it's exactly the same thing. Can't remember the fourth one. Try again. Oh. What?
Yeah.
mean, it doesn't sound right. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, that's the problem. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Where's my ciggy? There we go.
Right, try again. Mate, if you don't play the strings over the top of it, it sounds wrong. It's mental. What the hell's that all about?
Well, ask him.
Yeah. Go, dude, what the fuck? Mate, come on.
I felt a glass of wine coming on, and then
What? Tall and wet?
that as well.
Yeah, got to play some timpani over the top of it.
Yeah.
I have peaks. Right.
Where's it end up back on this patch? God, it's so predictable. Oi. Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
So what did you get for Christmas, Timmy? Well...
Beef.
I just saw that. Wasn't it?
Such a good whirly. Come on, give us some average vagrant.
Alright, there's a smell under there. And my cock's hanging out, and I'm about to drink a can of Tennant's Super Brew. How about that?
It's close enough.
Yeah. Good.
I remember
me.
the taste of Tennant's Super Brew, both as it went down and as it came back
As it came back up again, yeah.
I think I tried it once, and I took a couple of mouthfuls, and I just went, this is... no. Really?
Tennant's Super,
What?
and was it Carlsberg's Special Brew?
Those are the two, weren't they? Neither of which... No. What was the...
They had one job,
What?
and that was to get you pissed very, very quickly.
Worthington's had a beer called White Label. Worthington's White Label, which was a bottled beer that had yeast at the bottom so it would ferment, and you never knew quite how strong it would be when you got it, depending on how long the pub had it. And the thing was to try and pour it out without getting any of the yeast in so it would mucky it up. And you'd have that with, I can't remember what the lager was, but you'd have that and the lager, and the two of them together was... Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. What was the other one you had it with? Worthington White Label and
Watney's Red Barrel. Yeah, it did taste. Yeah, I just. When me and my mate just wanted to get hammered, we would buy a 4-pack of either Special Brew or Tenant Super, and half a bottle of vodka or something, and just share it. You know, we'd have 2 cans each and half of the half, and then we'd just sit there getting.
I remember in the 70s the Party 7.
Oh, the What is Party 7, which had almost no recognisable alcohol in it, but
No,
it was
but
there.
they made up for it in amount.
There was also, I think, the other thing I say people, I did with my mates, was sweet Spanish wine, which no one drank, Spanish sweet wine with dry cider, and the two of them would react against each other, and you would get absolutely hammered on the two of them, and then I'll be drinking Mum on 5.
I remember getting horribly drunk once, and it did take a lot on wine cooler.
Oh, right.
Wine cooler, it's an American thing. Don't ask me what's in it. It just kind of tasted nice. It didn't taste that very, it didn't taste alcoholic, but it. And my girlfriend back in sort of like the late 80s, her stepdad was a tech sergeant on RAF Lakenheath. So he used to bring all of this stuff back from the base. And they'd have this big bucket with ice in it and then just bottles of wine cooler. And I thought, oh, that tastes kind of nice. And you sort of drink it like you drink a soft drink. Then slowly but surely.
Yeah. You're putting it away like it was Ribena.
Yeah.
And then your legs get drunk from the feet up. That's kind of Pim
And then
stuff.
because I didn't want to appear drunk to my girlfriend's stepdad, who was a perv. When I say he was a proper sicko. When you try to pretend to not be drunk, you actually behave more drunk. So that was always a challenge.
Do any of you remember Colt 45?
Yep.
The beer?
Yep.
My pub ran out of it once, so I asked them for a Luger and lime instead.
Oh, God. Seeing as they're working, I might as well use it.
It's been a while since we've had that. I see that there's some new software or firmware updates for, is it Liven 12 and something else?
The Lo-Fi 12 XT.
Yeah.
I've been
I think
testing that
Liven as
for a
well.
while.
Isn't that?
No, you can now export samples from the Liven Lo-Fi 12 as WAV files. So basically, you take this, you export the sysx data, and then it's a browser-based tool, and you upload it, and then it spits it out as WAV files, which you can then use in the Lo-Fi 12 XT.
Oh, I see.
So if you've created stuff in the Liven Lo-Fi 12, you can now convert it and spit it out into regular WAV files. That's what that is.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Indeed, indeed.
Where's me at?
Yep, and you whip.
Yo.
Straight out of Genos too.
Yeah.
Oh, so they said. Oh.
find an orc. Trying to I say I'm trying to find a timpani.
Tiffany.
Timpani. Oh, that had something in it. March of progress. But I don't like it.
In Spain.
I found a preset called Robbie.
Sounds just like me.
Yeah.
I make that
Was
sound
it bowel
when I go
movement?
upstairs, yeah.
It's a very musical arse you have there, sir.
Oh, yes, it's my ring piece. How many freaking presets are there?
Oh, I love
Many. Rearrange these masters.
Horse, mate. That's rather nice.
Oh, I see. Oh God, Perno. Ooh.
Again, that's something that I remember the taste of going down and then coming pretty much almost immediately back up again.
Yeah, and tasting exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh,
No, I've never
black.
been a aniseedy, licoricey kind of guy.
Oh, aniseed's good.
What? I remember licking all the sherbet off, eat all the sherbet in a sherbet dip, and then the licorice go, yeah, Larry, it was my dog.
I'm not so bad. But...
Oh, I don't like licorice at all.
For some reason, I was expecting you to say I used to like to lick the sherbet off, and I was expecting you to then say Timmy in the sixth form. But for some reason, you didn't, so I'm disappointed.
No, he didn't taste the sherbet.
Did he not?
No.
What was he? What?
Well, he didn't wash and he wore leather trousers. Let's just say he was flavoursome.
Prawn cocktail. Yeah. Gotcha now.
Oh dear, it all comes out in the end. Well, that's what they told me anyway. What?
Sorry. I can't be bothered to transfer it. Go on, focus, you bastard.
Yeah, focus. Told the bus driver what a way to make a living. He didn't get it.
Look at the bus
What's it say?
at the top.
Oh. Woking night. Oh man, excellent.
Slow burner.
Yeah. I just couldn't make out what it said. It was still a bit blurry around the edges. Yeah, Woking 9 to 5. 925 is the bus route. Don't remember, can I even play that? Oh, Malibu, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what, Rob? It did get saved. You must have it on auto save or something. Oh, there he is. Long live the king.
Hello,
Praise
hello.
Jeebus.
It's Jeebus.
King of the poos. How you doing, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you, darling?
Oh, you know, perpendicular. Perpendicular.
Well, it's, you know.
It's the best way to be.
Yeah, exactly. Except when you sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Then it gets a bit wobbly.
James.
Hello,
James.
Funky
Oh,
Lee.
Jeffrey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
That's a very, very good way.
Ah, Jesus, big air, no. Oh,
Did I tell you that the kids wanted me to, you know, the tale of a mixing session I had last weekend?
Yes.
They wanted me now to lower the back vocals. I said, can't. It's one
Take your
track.
shoes
using
off.
One fucking yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
Was this
Oh,
a
mate.
favour you're doing, or a cheap one that you're doing it? You know what?
I was doing a cheap favor to friends of my nephew.
They're the worst to do because they want everything, and it's going, no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, no, but
Could you not try stem separation or anything?
well, there was no
Stem cells.
stems. It's like they mixed everything in once, and I tried as best. I mean, it sounded a lot better than what I got. What the end product was like, oh, okay, well, you can listen to that, right? But I mean, you have a mono track with everything mixed in.
A mono track.
Yeah. Well, worse than that, you'll understand. You'll get it. So they mixed everything in one mono track, and then a guy realized it was all mono. So he doubled that track, and then rendered it as a stereo track. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I just separated the tracks so that we could eliminate the phase cancellation. But I guess how?
Jesus.
Why does it sound so thin in the centre?
Yeah.
No idea.
Oh, and then yeah, one thing I forgot. So there was one song. It's like a 6-minute song, and in the middle, the guy who recorded, they did the song twice, and he decided to just cut it and use the second track for the rest. It's not recorded the same way. He made adjustments. So,
What?
oh yeah, I know it.
Jesus.
Oh, well,
Listen, people play around with stuff and then they go, make this sound better. Somehow they've
Yeah,
got
exactly.
no idea what's involved.
They live among
And you
us.
just go, I'll try my best, as a favour.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a favor.
Those aren't ones you can really charge. You just have to go, here you go, bye.
Well, I did 6 tracks for the price of 1.
Jesus. You poor
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
Okay, bye.
He was talking
Jesus.
to you. He was.
No, you would have said Jeebus.
Canadian
yeah.
Jesus.
I've just seen
It's
this
Santa Claus.
two-tier Gibraltar who do. Well, I always know them for drum racks, but they do this keyboard stand.
Oh, look at the drum racks on that.
Two-tier keyboard stand. I mean,
Ah, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I saw how much it
well,
was as well.
That's going to fall over, isn't it?
no.
Well, but the legs are
Show him the price. Show him the price.
How much is the price?
how much?
Show him the price.
Hang on. Oh,
Make it big.
I fucking lost it there. Oh, fuck off.
How much? I can't see.
£647.
And
That's
the
about
legs are all
12
wrong.
billion Canadian dollars.
Yeah, exactly.
But you get free delivery,
Oh, well.
and it arrives
If you
before
live next
Father's
door.
Day.
If you live
Yeah, of
next
course
door.
it arrives the next day. Want you get it as quickly as
Fly over the
possible so they
fence.
can
But
move.
why do you put the legs in front like that, not on the side? I mean, where do you put your fucking pedal?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like a keyboard stand. It looks like something.
It looks
you
like
know,
a drum
piano
stand
with
that's been
exercise on.
refashioned. Yeah.
And be
Yes.
going like this.
It does. It looks.
Like
It
this.
looks like a rowing machine or something.
Yeah,
doesn't
it looks
Yeah.
very, very wrong.
Yeah.
Basically.
I kind of like that it looks wrong.
Right.
But
Oh God, here we go.
no, but for 647 quid, you can.
Yeah, I mean, fucking hell. You could stand a keyboard on 647 quid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it was in
It
2
would-
pence
it-
coins,
Yeah.
weld them
Six-
together, got a stand. Ta-da!
600 and something. Yeah, that would be close to $1,000 Canadian.
Yeah.
That would be 97,000 million Canadian.
For something that looks like you're supposed to hang your fucking washing on.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Canadian Jesus.
Perhaps I could sell Rolly probably one of
Other
our
way.
close horses.
There
If he
we
likes weird and wonderful.
Let's
Yeah, it's a 5
Be
keyboard
similar
stand,
message
mate.
and
Honest.
settings. Mirror my camera. There we go. Now, there we go. Him, not him or him.
You haven't moved.
You haven't moved.
It's only on your screen. It's done
You're
it.
still
I'm
pointing the
at you,
wrong
Jeffrey.
way.
No, you're pointing
I'm
at the
there.
chat.
What?
You're pointing at the chat.
Yeah.
He's over there,
No.
When it
Which is
mirrors
down there.
mirrors it just for you.
and I meant over there, but it's
Yeah,
down
you
there.
were. That's me.
He's there. Yeah. No,
That's a chat.
not that way. Not that way. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that
See,
way.
That's Ken
But down.
over there.
So
Robbie's
what's the
over
point-
here.
What's the point of mirror camera?
You're there.
Exactly.
It's there that it mirrors it.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. That works.
There we go.
Oh no, wrong way.
And,
No,
and
no,
then there's people up there.
There we go.
Yeah.
So if I want to look at, let's say, Ros Gray, and show the thing, I have to go. There you go, Ros. There you are, mate. Like that, to look at the chat. And if I want to look at Jeffrey, I go.
Exactly. And you go,
Yeah, but what would be pretty cool is if you throw it and then he catches it.
that would be.
All right,
That'd
hang
be
on.
pretty cool.
Have you caught it?
No, that hit
Yeah.
me.
Oh, wait, no, wait. Headphones.
Oh no. Hang on a moment. Here we go. Here we go. Hang on.
Ah, now you see, now that works.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're not both on the screen at the
Yeah,
same
get them
time.
back. Get them
That was
back.
really. Oh, hey, I've got them on.
Yeah.
That wasn't the most successful.
No, let's do that bit again. That was
Should we,
really
should we do
awesome.
it again?
Yes, we should. We should.
All right,
Absolutely.
Ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah. No,
No.
other way.
Oh.
No,
What's
no,
that?
sorry. No, hang on. Ah. No.
I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have.
No.
You-
No.
That doesn't work.
Go.
Well, that's
Doesn't
worked.
work.
That worked.
Slick as weasel shit. Who'd know? Who'd know?
What's good is what we can say about him while he's got his headphones off.
I hope.
Here's-
I hope
Here's
it
another
had
one for the Brits, okay?
at the end.
Go on.
Sure.
What a.
Right. You recognise who that
Oh
is, yeah?
God, you're not lusting over Fiona
Click
Bruce
on the
now, are
side.
you?
Okay, right.
Imagine her saying the following. Can I just say that Rishi Sunak had to watch Terminator 2 on Betamax?
But it was better quality on Betamax. It was the better of the two formats.
It's just a fucking...
Oh, well.
Yeah, but VHS won because the tapes lasted longer and more tapes. The only
VHS
reason.
won.
No. It
VHS
won.
won because of the content that was put on them.
Well, yeah, you had more porn, of course.
It
But
won
also, I mean,
because
you could buy a tape that recorded for 6 hours.
No, it won because the tape itself wasn't so sticky when semen was applied. That's what it was, you know.
That's your experience.
But-
Okay.
And when you're at sea, you don't
this is
want your
what-
tape to stick when you're watching, you know, episodes of Neighbours and that kind of, when you're at sea.
Sony
Sure.
learned the lesson from Betamax, you see, because they realised that for a format to sell, you've got to have content. They didn't have content. And so that's why they bought Columbia and all the other record labels and the film studios.
It hasn't
that
done
they
us
could then
any harm
control-
on the PSN.
They could control the content.
But then
Why do you think Blu-ray won the battle?
but when I have to say though, Sony then came out with
Grey
the mini
Dave didn't
disc.
turn up.
The mini disc didn't work. And they had all
true.
the content.
That's true.
Can you hear a chocolate
But it
wrapper
sounded
from
like
30
shit.
miles away or something? Fuck me.
It's the reflective eyes that get me, the devil dogs that
I
walk into the
know.
room with their eyes going.
Yeah, especially her. She goes, ding, 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 ding. All right, God's sake, there.
I thought
Where's your-
chocolate wasn't good for dogs.
Well, tell them. Don't tell me.
Well, you're
Okay.
feeding them.
I tell you what, Noah can't have. Under pain of death, he's not allowed peas.
I've just seen a hat on Facebook which says, "I like dogs and maybe 3 people."
Well,
Oh, I saw
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, I sent it to you, Ken.
Oh, yeah, right.
I thought three was sort of a bit high.
Well, I mean, there's 3 of us, but you know, he likes 1.
I've been known.
Really?
Maybe. But there's a difference between liking and tolerating,
Not shooting.
and not shooting. Yeah.
Class it at that.
U-matic is based on sort of beta technology. Beta bled down from sort of U-matic, which was the whole thing with broadcast tape. And most people a lot of people used to master their music to U-matics to send it to houses to be made into CDs, etc. So yeah, but I think U-matic. Am I misremembering this? I thought that U-matic was essentially for video signals, but it was also it had the best encoding of PCM 48K audio.
It did most things better than others, but it just didn't take off.
Yeah.
I remember,
Like the Irish helicopter.
I had a friend whose dad was. Oh yes, I bought Betamax because it's better. But
Probably
we couldn't
true.
ever rent anything on Betamax. We always
Cover me.
rented it on VHS. But as Jeff pointed out, the driving force on any video format is always and always has been porn.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And that's, you know, I used to work in the video industry, and porn was always the driving force between anything. Once porn got onto VHS, once porn got onto DVD, once porn got onto the internet, boom. Every time.
Yeah, I know. Watched a few. There's always a boom at the end.
Yeah.
Well, apart from that episode of Thunderbirds.
No.
Yeah.
Now we've got a conversation going on in the chat about porn.
Yeah.
Well, of course. That's what it's all about.
Porn is still big today.
You see, we're still driving the narrative. You see, this is what's important.
Porn is driving 4K. Porn is driving stereoscopic, you know, VR.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, but 3D porn.
it's
When the
doing
guy
it, but it's not. It's not actually driving it. It certainly drove video and video compression. It really drove video compression because when people had really poor bandwidth, the porn industry involved. Because if you take something like MP4 or H.264, everyone thinks it's a single codec, or people probably don't even know it exists, but it's a single codec. But actually, it's a series of things, and there's lots of controls in it you can use to compress further or do all sorts of different things. And the porn industry really investigated that so they could get the biggest screen size from the smallest stream file size. They really did drive that forward. They really did. But that was then the birth of people like Netflix and YouTube and all those things. That's what drove those industries. They've taken over from that by a long way. But yeah, it was certainly a really big driver for a very long time. Having investigated the whole phenomenon very carefully.
Sure did.
You've the porn industry, yeah.
I was a major star. I was a porn star for a very long time.
Yeah.
I sold all sorts of goods. I sold watches and paintings and all sorts of things. Yeah. The knob out.
Can we just take a moment of silence for the death?
That's not how you display wedding rings. Oh, you got there. Fucking hell.
Eventually.
Yeah. You missed the first bus, did you?
Belonged to Albert. Yeah. Oh my lord.
But speaking of porn,
As you
Apparently.
you gotta give it to blind prostitutes. I can wait.
Oh God.
No, it was funny. Kent pissing his pants
Again.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's my sound. How dare you steal that from me?
Isn't that the most annoying sound in the world?
Oh, I don't know. Vuvuzelas are pretty good.
Oi! Kent!
What?
Get your hairy ass into my office now!
It's not hairy.
It's flat and flabby.
Yeah. It was a small fire a while ago. Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
It looks like two beavers in a headbutting competition.
What? Where the fuck did that come from?
Beavers?
Two beavers in a headbutting competition.
Beavers? Yeah, beavers don't do that.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, I think that's going to turn up more often than the fucking Range Rover. Oh, mate.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah. Pretty much.
That and the Matt's fish finger one earlier.
Oh
The
god.
what? Which one? I missed that one.
Yeah,
you did.
We were lusting after the deputy leader of the Labour Party here in the
We?
UK, who is
Robbie.
All right, yeah, okay. I was lusting after, and she's a redhead, proper redhead. And Matt said, if she had a Brazilian, it would look like a fish finger. Do you have fish fingers? Do you call it fish fingers or fish sticks?
Fish sticks.
Fish sticks. There you go. It would look
Because
like a fish
they're
stick.
stick shaped and made of fish.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because fish don't have fingers.
He
No,
calls
and
them
it's
the-
funnier in English. With stick. I'm sorry,
yeah.
English and British English.
No,
Yeah.
it's English. It's always English.
It's always English.
Yeah, we invented
Proper.
it, apparently.
Apparently.
I think the clue's in the name. I don't know.
I don't think so. Oh, dear. Steady.
That was not sexy.
That's porn.
I thought that's brilliant. That's just brilliant. Caption. You got to read the caption.
What? We are a dog-friendly pub.
Bo BS video.
Oh, that cap. Oh, right. Okay. Gotcha.
Bo BS video.
That was a Bo Beats video, but
Oh.
the subtitles translated it as Bo BS video, which I thought
Right, okay.
you have to think about that one.
Yeah.
I don't even
And
get the
I'm
Bo.
thinking grasshoppers.
Do you know who Bo Beats is?
No, I don't.
You've never heard of the Swedish Kermit?
Swedish Kermit? No, I heard a Swedish chef.
He's kind of like that. He's a Swedish
More.
synth tuber.
Oh, he's synth tuber, yes.
Bob Eats, yeah.
Well, I heard a name, but when it's too trendy, I just go, fuck it.
He was the same with fridges.
What?
When they came out, it was like, this too trendy, fuck them.
I like my meat rancid. Yeah.
Yes.
So I've heard.
How old was she?
How old was she? Well, yeah. That's the
Put
problem.
it this way, she wasn't getting older. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, that's better than blind prostitute.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, oh.
He wasn't getting.
Oh. Oh, that one keeps giving.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
What's the difference between a green pea and a chickpea? I never had a green pea on me. Hey.
What does a mathematician do when he's got constipation?
Divide.
Works out with a pencil. Mother.
That sounded like that guy, that blues guy that he was playing the other day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck, that was funny. You still have it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
I have it up here. It's up here.
is it?
Yeah.
Forever.
Oh, fuck, that was funny.
What was the one I had the other day, guys?
Huh?
A gypsy moth can smell another gypsy moth over 14 miles away. And it also works if you remove the word moth.
Wrong.
On so many levels.
So many. That's wrong. On so many.
That's why it's funny. Forbidden jokes. You know.
I mean, absolutely.
What would have been a laugh if Beyonce's father had been Roy Castle, says man with beard. I don't know. What would have been a laugh if Beyonce's father had been Roy Castle?
Hmm.
You'll have to tell me. I'm not watching it in the chat.
No answer yet.
Delay.
Bouncy.
Bouncy Castle.
Oh.
What? Took a while.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing it. Well done, Prometheus.
No.
Bouncy Castle?
Yeah.
By that time, I forgot the first part of the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that took dedication.
I'd read 3 books by then.
Oh, you had to be there.
Yep. I think I'm going to go and get. I might have a coffee actually. I was just looking to see if I had any. Aside from having lots to do, if I had any specific calls.
Well, there's always lots to do. That doesn't change.
It fucking doesn't.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Even when I thought there wasn't lots to do, there is.
Apparently, I've got a show tomorrow or something. I'm supposed to be. I don't know.
Well, in fact, it's today.
If they let me on. Oh fuck! It is. Yeah.
Does it involve the pole?
Oh, I don't know. Is it
involves
greased?
Talking about stuff I know nothing about. No idea. Not.
Oh, that's me
of
every
course.
week.
Not a Scooby.
Yeah, not a Scooby.
You know, Canadians, that kind of thing. Mooses.
Yeah.
I like them with strawberry.
Yeah, that works. Moose and strawberry.
Yeah.
So Andrew, tell us about the time you partied in Thailand and what was it, Myanmar? No.
Yeah.
You know.
It
What do you
wasn't
want to
Thailand,
know?
it was Margate.
Well, wait,
Yeah,
you said
it was Margate. It was Margate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Ontario.
no,
I went out to Thailand. I was invited on. Someone was doing a video shoot out there. Before I was doing music, and I was struggling a bit. at
can
the
you
time.
situate a decade, please?
Oh, 80s.
Okay. The
And
good old days.
At the
1780s.
time, Thailand wasn't really a tourist destination. So the Thai government had put together the Thai Tourist Board, and they'd somehow or another come up with this idea for someone making a video. And we met this person in a gangster's bar, a serious, an East End gangster's bar in Islington. And this guy said, "Look, come along and do the sound, all right? Come along and do the sound. We'll pay you." And they picked up all the costs of the hotels and everything else, but we had to pay for the flights, so we went over. And it was a very odd experience, and we spent money I didn't have with credit cards I didn't know how to use, and got very, very stoned. Then got mistaken for Paul Young's keyboard player, because I'd read a newspaper article at breakfast one day which said Paul Young was coming, and I knew Paul Young and particularly his keyboard player, and I just happened to mention this. I got overheard by the waiting staff, who then obviously this rumour got around that suddenly I'm Paul Young's keyboard player. And so this Thai film crew came up and they said, you've got to be in a video with our famous pop star Lam Morrison. So I ended up doing a music video, and then in the part of Thailand we were in, it was very popular with the Canadian contingent. There were American ships, military ships, Navy ships would come in, but occasionally so were Canadians, and there were a lot of Canadians there for some reason, from the Vietnam War or whatever, but there was a lot of Canadians there, and everyone recognised that the Canadians were the maddest bastards on the planet. So we went to this bar because we wanted to experience, we'll have some of that. And we met this guy who was truly barking and lovely, loved him to pieces. And he said, hey, Ozed. And then he invited us to the north of Thailand, to where people get gems and things from, and beginning to open up for tourism. And it was at the time where you could skip across the border to Laos, Cambodia, whatever, but it wasn't recommended because it was all sort of, there was still lots of weird armies and private armies and government troops and communists and things, people fighting and getting killed. But he took us up there, and we got very, very stoned one night, and he said, "Come on, let's go on a trip." And I went, "Yeah, all right, it's a good idea." So we went down to this river, went across it on this low, flat boat thing that went about 50 miles an hour across this thing, ended up on the opposite bank, which apparently, I think it was Laos, but I was very stoned. And it was just full of hills. I mean, every other, it was a really odd place. There were lots of hills, and on top of every hill almost, or every third hill, it seemed like there was a temple. So it must have been Cambodia, actually.
Cambodia. Yeah. In the north would be Cambodia.
Yeah, it was Khmer. It was Khmer temples. Khmer Rouge. So it was Khmer temples. And we ended up going up this one. We went inland about, I don't know, I can't tell you, probably 5-10 miles. And there was this big hill. And when we got to the top of it, it was flattened. And it had been used by the US as a landing point for planes during the war, and they used to use it to smuggle drugs, drop off arms, load planes, do CIA operations, all that kind of stuff. And they had a football pitch there, but it was mud, and they had a swimming pool, which was also mud, but it was slightly wetter mud. People would go swimming in this slightly wetter mud, and we got very, very, very drunk there, and it was an extraordinary experience. And we're sort of talking to this guy, saying, "So what is this place?" And he's telling us this, and we're going, "What?" And he said, "Oh yeah, we're in enemy territory here. If we get caught, we'll get killed. We'll get, but it's fine. Hey, it's fine. Hey, go, what?
It's fine, eh?
Have a Molson." It was kind of. I'm going, and we're picking up these cans of beer and going, this is a bit gritty. And all these cans of beer were in the swimming pool, which everyone was using as a swimming pool, laundry, shit pit. Everything went into this pool. And he said, do you fancy a swim? Do you want to go for a swim? Yeah, so we spent a day there, and then we had to make it back before nightfall, otherwise we wouldn't get back. But yeah, it was an extraordinary place, And the ruins it was the most extraordinary thing, seeing these beautiful carved temples, and there were so many, or stonework, lots of temples and buildings with every surface covered by a carving. And then, it was Temple of Doom stuff, or, Indiana Jones kind of stuff. It was quite extraordinary, very beautiful. And then we got back to the other side of the river I'm trying to remember what the north of Thailand's called now, where all the gems
North Thailand?
are. No, it's northern Thailand. There's a specific area where all the gems are and the tourists now go to. Can't think of it, but yeah, and then we ended up going back south again, and running out of money. We thought we could spend all our money because we had a flight booked back, right? This is, we're a bit naive, and I had so many silk shirts and things where I'd bought them from a tailor who was making them for next to nothing, and I had all these outfits in silk, and I just knew I'd pay for them with my credit card. And so I paid for them with this credit card, which was the first credit card I ever owned. And he got to the counter and he said to me, "What does declined mean? Declined? What declined?" And I says, "It means I'm perfect credit." He went, "Okay, just," and I feel so bad about it, and I walked off with all this silk and stuff. So yeah, that was my thing. And then I got to the airport, and you had to pay, I can't remember how many dollars, I think it was 110 baht or something to leave the country, each person, and we had not a penny. We didn't have a penny, so we had to beg strangers to pay for our exit fee. So yes, I was young, foolish, larcenous. Yeah, these things happen though, don't they?
Yeah.
I didn't have as many chins either. It was around about. It wasn't far off that time. I think it was about
Jeffrey's gone.
a year, 2 years, 3 years before then. Yeah.
He's going to book tickets for Thailand.
Yeah. Beautiful place. Beautiful. But apparently it's changed. So this was before it had really opened up. So there weren't that many Western. There was like, you have found some in Bangkok and you found some down at Phuket or whatever. But there weren't that many Westerners.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend's brother's got a lot of stories from out there as well. He was a stuntman. He was doing Full Metal Jacket, and they were filming. What was the other one? And they were filming it at the same time. Platoon, and they were only being filmed a few miles apart. Wasn't a lot of distance between them. Or he was on Platoon.
One of them was filmed in Docklands, wasn't it? Either Platoon or Full Metal Jacket was filmed in Docklands. It wasn't actually filmed.
No, it's filmed on location. It was out there. It was out there. But he was saying things about, I think it was on Full Metal Jacket. He said they had 14 palm trees in pots, and they took them everywhere where they were filming. He said if you watch the film, you see these 14 palm trees get less and less leaves, getting more and more dead as the film wears on. And if you look really closely, you can see the pots that they're planted in as well. So especially in the final scenes. And they're making their way up the this what's left of this street, and there's a building at the end. You've got the palm trees there, and they've got barely any leaves left on them. They're almost completely dead, and they're in these white concrete pots. But he used to nip over to the Platoon lot while they were filming.
Full Metal Jacket was filmed in West Silvertown, which doubles as Hue, a war-torn Vietnamese city. So I'm sure they must have done a mix of the two, but Full Metal Jacket was, a lot of it was filmed there.
Yeah, it was mostly all jungle scenes and stuff. But he got into trouble because he had a machine gun over his back, and he completely forgot about it. He went off set and he went down into the town nearby with his machine gun on his back. And suddenly, yes, the local constabulary were paying a lot of interest in him. So,
I remember one of the most gruesome things I remember from Thailand. Well, two things. I remember how generous, wonderful, warm people were there. But then, because they were trying to open it up for tourism, I remember a pickpocket outside of a nightclub trying to snatch a woman's bag, a Western tourist bag, and the police were on scene like that, and they just shot him in the head.
wow.
They just shot him in the head, killed him. It was kind of what?
Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime.
Yeah. It was
which is generally people.
It was a bit of a wake up.
Yeah, all different countries have different ways of dealing with things, don't they?
And yet still I walked out with a bag full of silk shirts and trousers.
What about the
Bang a
Jeff?
gack.
Sorry?
What happened to Jeff then?
Don't know.
Manny going, wow, still going. What, you still surprised at that?
I've got
Really?
drugs if you can't sleep, he says.
Ah, well.
I'm not sure a numb mouth makes you go to sleep, though, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, just have a numb mouth all over, that's all.
Right. I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee, get myself sorted out.
Oh, yeah.
Prepared to do some editing tomorrow. I was going to do some tonight, but I can't be asked now.
Yeah,
so.
I know what you mean.
Mm.
I haven't got the stones to go too late.
No. Is there much news for tomorrow, Robbie?
There's a few bits.
Yeah, a couple of bits and pieces in there.
It's all in the usual place.
That article that you share with us, that video you shared with us, that'll be interesting to get Kenty Poo's.
Well, hopefully the guy gets back to me before the show as well.
Yeah.
So there might be some more detail. You know, it's only what we can learn from the vid.
Manny says he has other stuff. Are you referring to cake, Manny? Are you referring to cake?
Well, it can be eaten in a cake.
Yeah.
Anything could be eaten in a cake.
Well, that's true. Has been.
So strawberries and cream then?
Yeah.
Chocolate.
Actually, did have a Victoria sponge that was cream and strawberry filling. That was really, really nice.
We've got strawberries ripening now.
Yeah? What?
Yeah, first lot are beginning to ripen. We've got
That's a bit-
bloody hundreds of the buggers.
That's a bit early, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Everything's asked about face in the garden at the moment.
Yeah, because normally raspberries ripen first, don't they?
They sort of ripen at the same time, but the raspberries are just kind of going, you know, a bit chilly. Yeah, we're just
mad.
Well, it's nearly
Madness.
Wimbledon, so they must be coming around soon.
the strawberries are going.
Yeah, that's true.
Eat me now or mush.
Did the Olympics start next week?
No,
Or the week
No,
after?
they don't start.
Euros start tomorrow,
Alright.
and then the Olympics is the month after. Yeah, about 4 weeks
It's
after.
just around about the time of the French and the British elections.
Oh.
American independence, all in that.
I'm wary of that. Last time we had an election, we had Brexit.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got our voting card through today.
Yeah.
It'll be the kids' first proper election.
Yeah. Are they going to have a say?
I know my son definitely will because he's very political. I don't know about my daughter though.
I'm surprised by how many people a lot younger than us, your kids' age, are seriously considering voting reform.
Not round here, they're not.
Not round here, they're not, but I'm seeing it with people I've been talking to online and some friends of mine that I thought I knew really well. Okay, what? Why? What? Really? Why?
Because they just want something different, I suppose.
It's exactly that. They want something different, and
They
they
want
watch a
anything
lot of
that
TikTok.
isn't conservative.
They watch TikTok, so they think Nigel Farage is a jolly good wheeze. Have you seen what? Really? So there we go.
Yeah. Oh well.
Right.
Thing is, truth be known, none of them are any cop.
No.
That's the.
It's all-
It's
it's all gonna be the
you know,
best
like
of
all general elections. It's like, here's 4 bowls of shit. Which one disgusts you the least? You know,
Yeah.
because each bowl of shit is going to fuck you in the arse a different way.
Hang on, let me just. Each bowl of shit is going to fuck you in the arse a different. It's not really the best metaphor, is it?
Oh, I don't know. They're phallic-shaped bowls.
Oh right, okay. Now I'm beginning to get it.
A little clearer? Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, it's much less clear now, but they're phallically not clear. You know,
Phallically not clear. Yeah. Phallically challenged.
Phallically
I think you'll find.
challenged.
Yes.
Yeah, like most of the right wing, really. And there we go.
Because I reckon the Lib Dems might win Surrey. Well, Epsom and Yule anyway.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. But it's been. Ugh.
I'm
Been conservative for a
I'm
lot.
so conflicted because like at the moment I was driving around. I went from here down to Norfolk, or up to Norfolk, should I say, at the weekend, and there's a lot of green party, little
Yeah.
things in the gardens, and that's really encouraging because we're very big on the greens around here. Our district council is the first district council in the world that is completely controlled by the Green Party.
Yeah, but Norwich is pretty green to start with, isn't it?
No, this is Suffolk.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
Norwich is split 50-50 because you have Norwich
Okay.
North and Norwich South, and Norwich North, I think, is Labour. Norwich South is Conservative. Outside of the towns, the urban centres, it's Tory fucking central. But there's a lot of green support clearly in this neck of the woods, which is very encouraging because I like a lot of what the Green Party stand for.
Well, there's a mishmash in North Surrey because of it's close to town, but in the southern half of Surrey, where half the fecking Conservative MPs live in their dirty, great big country mansions, it gets more and more of a Conservative stronghold.
But what worries me is that there's a lot of support for the Greens around here, which I like, but also if people vote for the Greens, I don't think there's enough support to make a difference. So supporting the Green Party in this particular constituency is almost certainly going to return a Conservative candidate.
It's easier to vote Green councillors than it is
Yes.
to vote for them in an election.
Yeah.
because
The
there's
Greens
very
do
few
very well
seats.
at that level.
There's very few seats where they're going to get things. I agree with you. I think they actually have some good policies. If only they didn't look so fucking weak. Look leader-like a bit. Be a bit angry with people, for fuck's sakes. There's a lot going on. But an awful lot of the farmers around here, Gloucestershire, is very much Tory Party HQ. Sort of thing, Cheltenham and it's very like that. But more and more of the people that I bump into that are farmers are just saying we were betrayed, and they don't know quite who to vote for. They want to vote for Andy. That's what they want to vote
Well,
for.
you hear a lot of people, like what Prometheus is saying about Labour will encourage benefit fraudsters to stay on benefits. And you think there's always an element. No, but there is a certain. But there is a certain element of it. But the thing is, for the last 14 years, we've had a government that was making millionaires just multi-millionaires.
Yeah.
So instead of them getting the money all the time, make the people who've got next to fucking nothing to start with anyway. Might as well. It's their turn.
People who are disabled, children, people who are homeless, who shouldn't be homeless. There are all sorts of people who really need the benefit system. The number of those that really need this stuff versus the number of benefit frauds are a tiny percentage.
They're a fraction of a percent of overall.
Yeah, a fraction.
Yeah.
Don't throw out the benefit system because you've been told that benefit fraud is huge. It's not.
But there's no party that really covers the middle.
No,
that's the problem.
No, we're still doing
you got
politics.
people above you benefit from the Tories being in. People below you benefit from Labour being in.
Not anymore, though. That's the
Not
thing.
anymore.
The Labour Party has shifted so far.
The Labour Party has become a little bit.
It's become centre right. It's become what the Tories were.
Yeah, I think mainly because they don't like being left anymore because they go, left doesn't win.
Yeah.
So whether they're acting centre right or they generally are.
Why does Keir Starmer, who 5-6 years ago was advocating for Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister, why does he just last night completely evade the question, you supported Jeremy Corbyn, what's changed? Oh, well, I've changed the Labour Party. Yeah, you've changed it, but it's no longer really the Labour Party. It's not the party that it was set up to be.
It's Conservative light.
But it's the only alternative to the incumbent 14 years of Tory thing.
And that's the most important thing.
That's the only reason people are voting for it, not because they want Labour or their policies. It's because it's not the Tories.
As somebody mentioned, our system is absolutely broken, but and absolutely it is, and it needs to change. But
what system isn't broken? Got a problem here too.
The system is what it is, and in 3 weeks' time, we have the opportunity to change and steer away, hopefully, from the absolute shitfest of the last 14 years. And unfortunately, the current version of the Labour Party is the only alternative, the only electable alternative,
and it appears to be less corrupt than the Conservatives, who have had a shit show of corruption and sleaze all the way through the last 14 years. 2, 3, 4.
There are more
big things
honest
each year.
and respectable people in the Labour Party than there are in the Tory Party, so that can only give us a modicum of hope.
A modicum of hope.
I'm not saying that everyone in the Labour Party is clean as a whistle, but there are many more honest, principled, hard-working, conscientious MPs in the Labour Party who are not in it for their own personal or the gain of their friends and family.
Here's the thing: the local MP here, Siobhan Bailey, is Conservative. And there's one, she doesn't want to go back into Europe or any of that stuff. And, I disagree with her vehemently on that. However, she has campaigned for women's health, for hospitals, for child rights, against abuse, domestic violence. She's campaigned for all sorts of things, and also for a lot of community-based stuff here. I really like her. If it weren't for the fact that I want to get rid of the Tories, if she stood independently, she would have my vote in a heartbeat. And a lot of people have said the same thing. But because she's Tory, I can't do it. Can't do it. Can't bring myself to do it. I just want not her. I want the Tories out.
Well, it's like you brought up the Green Party, which is always a big deal here on a small scale. But unfortunately, it's throwing your vote away by voting for Green Party, and those assholes will win again. The Trump is going to win probably anyway, but
that's kind of what it is over here. Only they've got a bit of a foothold. They think they might win 4 seats this time. Wow,
which is 4 times what they've got.
It's 4 times what they've got, and let's see where that goes.
But as you say, at a local level, Greens have been far more successful and have delivered far more. They're very much a local, and it will take time, and maybe by the time my kids are my age, the Green Party might be a bit more of a force to be reckoned with on a national level. But right now,
well, the other problem too is who they pick. Like for our Green Party, we had Jill Stein a while back, and she's terrible. So if you're voting for Green Party, that's great, but you're voting for a person that people don't like. So that's not helping the the cause.
That's the problem with a lot of the Green candidates. They stand up and they talk shite.
Yeah.
They talk about, this is a real caricature, but they will talk about positive energy and how we must all get on together, and the climate's a change and the environment matters, man.
And this is the reason why Caroline Lucas is
be more forceful about the whole thing, and stop talking about fairy tales. Talk about what's true, which is the climate has changed. We've got to do something about it now, and it needs to happen straight away, as well as all the social justice stuff, and call out all the others. They're not doing that. The Green Party aren't saying vehemently that these other fuckers are corrupt twats.
Yeah.
Incompetent and corrupt. They're not saying that. They should. I
In
have a
other
great deal
news,
more respect for them.
I didn't realise the bloody SDP was still a thing.
Oh yes, huge. Still, it's going to be reduced massively in this election, I suspect. But yeah, no, there's still a thing. Like Plaid Cymru. Yeah. Right, listen, I'm going to go. I'm going to go and news on how awful this whole election.
I just found this recently. I'm going to do a show with Eddie tomorrow since he didn't do one last week. So I got my Miku stomp ready. So.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tomorrow at what time?
11 UK.
Okay.
Cool.
I'll probably be at least halfway, possibly 2/3 down a bottle of wine by that point.
He had some tech issues last week when I was out. He couldn't do it by himself, so we're doing it tomorrow. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Should be fun.
Good to see you, Andy.
You too.
All right, anyway. Oh.
Right.
What are we on? Yeah, we're on. All right, so we're PSNing tomorrow.
Yep.
And we're going to cover the CS thingy and the
Other things.
What was the other thing?
Oh, you're asking me now.
Oh, God.
Is there much news, or is it a pretty slow week?
So we have got the
There's a couple of bits.
Music, Full Bucket Music 6-track, Arturia FX Collection 5.
Quantum Synth.
There's the Quantum Synth. There's the Waldorf M update. The CS80 voice cards. The Sonicware updates. Cakewalk. Next and Cakewalk Sonar are now out of beta.
I want to give Cakewalk Next a run. I want to give that a run.
Oh, Sonar's back? I thought it was gone.
No. Sonar's been going strong all
Wow.
the time, but because it's PC based only, it's so they've come up with the next version of Sonar.
What's the one that was free for a while? They had one that was free.
Yeah, it still
was,
is.
and it still
but
is.
It's Windows
I think.
only.
Okay.
Still is, but it's Windows only, as Robbie said.
It's still
But
Windows only.
Yeah. Cakewalk Next, however, is cross-platform, and I don't know if that's payable or not. I believe it is. You have to pay for that.
Yeah,
It's a shame because I think the general consensus I've been picking up, a lot of people jump ship from Windows to Mac when these Mac Studios hit. They really turned the head of a lot of Windows owners.
Well, you get so much processing power for such little money.
Yeah.
Yeah, audio processing doesn't take a huge number of cores, a massive amount of RAM, or a huge amount. It takes as much disk space as you can throw at it if you've got sample libraries. But it has everything you need in it. The M1, you can pick up an M1 Ultra for under $2,000 now.
Yeah.
Well, Kent, they turned heads until they saw your experience with it, right?
No, that's just me. That's just,
Right.
that's a staunch 30-year Windows owner going, what the hell is this?
Exactly. Yeah.
What the hell is going on? Where is everything? Admittedly now, because I've got a Windows machine downstairs in the front room that I use for running the Carver and we're doing all the designing on. And even now, I turn it on, it's weird. It feels weird.
Yeah.
So and yeah, it was a platform that I'd been with for forever.
Well, it's too bad they stopped doing Boot Camp, because it was Mac running Boot Camp where you could boot into Windows. It was a beautiful Windows box.
Yeah.
Hackintosh.
And it ran full speed. You could play games. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And they just stopped supporting it. Parallels is good, but Boot Camp was superior because it was right on the hardware. No emulation, It was perfect. I talked to a guy when I worked at Apple who was one of the Boot Camp guys, and he said they wanted to make a PC better than a PC, and they did. When it worked well, it was beautiful. It was
good. It was very good. For me, Threadripper all the way. Bang, done. Works.
Yeah.
Expensive, but works. Fastest machines on the planet. Still.
But I must admit, PC stroke Windows is still the platform of choice if you're going anywhere near any manufacturing machinery.
You just run the emulation thing and you're good, so that's fine.
Yeah.
VMware, Parallels, whatever, that's fine. So.
Right, I'm heading off.
It's just that I wouldn't put that Mac anywhere near any sort of metal grinding machinery. No, stay away. It's too expensive, too beautiful. All right. Oh, good. Well, Fiona snapped her first CNC bit.
Oh dear.
Really?
On Wednesday, yeah. Wasn't really her fault.
You had a replacement?
No, we had to order a replacement because it was a particular one. It was a 25mm single flute.
Was it running too hot, or was it just?
No, what it was when she set it up to do the like the wireless probe thing, and it checks for where the 0 point is on the bed of the work, so it knows where the top of the work is that it's going to be cutting into. Because it was the second part of the job, it went down into the slot that had already been cut, and it took an average between the two. So the drill bit came along and it just went right through it and right through the bed.
I mean, my 3D printer's done that, where it just was right negative Z height.
Yeah, and it's gone like that. So it's gone 25mm too low, and then started to try and cut, and it just went dink, just snapped clean off. So, but fortunately, these bits aren't expensive or anything like that. But some of them just take forever to get here.
And you don't have the fluid to cool it, right? It's just a dry cut.
No, it's just dry cut. So what it is on the Carvera, what they do is they have high speed but slow movement. So there's not too much pressure on the bits. But what they do the 8th bits, which are much stronger, because the 8th bits are normally for doing scraping out, doing a circuit board or something like that. It's no real pressure on the bit. But just got slightly unlucky. So and we have had a couple of times where the Fusion 360 software has generated the G code to go into the Carvera software for the Carvera software to then wirelessly send it to the Carvera and get on with the job. And there's been data issue.
Oh, weird.
Somewhere in that chain.
Yeah.
We haven't locked down exactly what it is. So, because we're going, well, it's just numbers, surely. I mean, it's like, and we're now thinking about skipping and going straight to pen, or wirelessly sending the file directly to the Carvera. Skip the Carvera software part of it and see what happens. It's just that if you skip the Carvera software, the machine gets on with it and you've got no control over the machine. Because that's basically the front end for controlling the machine at any point.
Yeah, it's like when I send G-code files to my printer. It's done. It's just doing its thing. I can either just watch it or hit kill. That's it.
Yeah.
So,
because I was worried when I was going through the box of accessories when it arrived, and it had this beautiful big aluminium cube with a big red stop button on it, one of those tap buttons that you then have to unlock. Otherwise, it shuts down all the computers and everything. And I'm going, I hope I don't have to use that. We've used it 3 times now.
Oh no!
We go, like, shit, you little bastard.
Yeah.
So, but we're getting there.
Oh, good.
So I was hoping to be able to maybe demonstrate something on the show tomorrow, Rob, but it looks like it might have to be the week after again now.
No worries.
All right, I'm going. Thank you, gents.
Cool. Yes, sleepy sleep times.
Yes,
God help us all.
Times. Thank you for your company.
Indeed, sir. And everybody else, we did another 40 people tonight in this pub. Yeah. That impromptu one we had on Tuesday generated 40 odd people as well. The gang turned up.
Indeed.
The drunkards that you all are turning up at the pub. Time to get smashed again.
The barflies.
Yeah. All right, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Everyone take care and look after yourselves.
In the evening tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.